Chapter 670. Xue Tangqing, who had been waiting for days that felt like years, finally saw the good day of Lai Junshan's Roasted Tail Banquet at Dragon Gate. Roasted Tail Banquet was a banquet held to welcome friends and relatives who came to congratulate a newly appointed official or an official who was promoted. The meaning was derived from the metaphor of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The fish tail must be burned by heavenly fire before it can transform into a dragon. If not for Lai Junshan's intention to show off to his rival, Yang Fan, holding this roasted tail banquet at Dragon Gate was in line with the meaning of leaping over the Dragon Gate. It was very auspicious. Early in the morning, Xue Tangqing, Su Lushi, Su Zhanggu and the others were waiting at the foot of the mountain, even though they knew that Lai Junshan couldn't possibly arrive so early. Because if Lai Junshan could appear at the foot of the mountain at this time, he would have to wake up in the middle of the night and leave the city as soon as the city gates opened. They were all wearing very thick clothes that were very effective against the cold, but after standing at the foot of the mountain for more than 2 hours, their faces were blue and their feet were numb. Su Lushi stretched his neck to look up the mountain. Seeing that Yang Fan still hadn't appeared, he sniffed and said to Xue Tangqing, "You don't say our Tang Jianyang is really unyielding. Even now he is still lying in bed. Let's not talk about Shaoqing's fierce reputation. Just based on the fact that he is our Sinong Temple's second master, I have to admit that Tang Jianyang dares to be so arrogant." Xue Tangqing laughed and scolded, "What second master? We are not bandits. Don't compare yourself with Tang Jianyang. In front of Shaoqing, Tang Jianyang dares to put on airs, but we can't. Don't complain that you came down the mountain too early. I told you to come down early and freeze here for your own good." Xue Tangqing stamped his foot and said, "You don't understand? Our Tang Jianyang clearly wants to go against Lai Shaoqing. If we offend Lai Shaoqing later, I'm afraid we will also be out of luck. Now that we are freezing, let's ask Shaoqing to come and see our sincerity. Otherwise, when these immortals fight, we little ghosts will suffer." Although Su Zhanggu was young, his body was very thin and could not withstand the cold as well as Xue Tangqing. Inspector Su was so cold that his belly was full of anger. Hearing Xue Tangqing's words, he couldn't help but snort. He said with disdain, "Xue Tangqing, Su Lu, you two don't need to exaggerate Supervisor Yang so much. If he really wasn't afraid of Lai Shaoqing, why did he send his entire family back to the city yesterday?" Su Lushi rolled his eyes at him and said, "You know nothing. Tang Jianyang's family owned more than 20 shops in Nan City. During the Lunar New Year festival, shouldn't the owner reward the shopkeepers and workers of each shop? Wouldn't he have to go and collect debts all year round? The Yang family's first lady has returned to the city for official business." Inspector Su laughed coldly and said in a strange tone, "In any case, today Lai Shaoqing is going to Longmen to have a barbecue banquet. Yesterday, Tang Jianyang sent his entire family back to Luoyang. No matter how I look at it, it looks like he is admitting defeat." Xue Tangqing said, "If he really wanted to admit defeat, Tang Jianyang would not have announced that he is not allowed to stay at Shaoqing's house or prepare food for him. In my opinion, Tang Jianyang is doing this because he doesn't want Lai Shaoqing to have something to use against him. After all, Tang Jianyang is living under someone else's roof, so this is understandable." At this time, a servant ran from afar and shouted, "Tangqing, Xue Tangqing, there are people coming from outside the mountain." Xue Tangqing said in surprise, "No way, so early and Shaoqing is already here?" He covered his eyes with his hand and looked into the distance. At the end of the snowy plain, there was indeed a row of black shadows slowly approaching. As the procession got closer, their silhouettes could already be seen clearly. 7 or 8 large carriages and 20 or 30 riders escorted them as they walked down Longmen Mountain. Xue Tangqing took a deep breath and called over a servant, "Go quickly, go up the mountain and tell Tang Jianyang." Inspector Su stared at him and said, "Tangqing, doesn't Tang Jianyang not care about Lai Shaoqing at all? Why tell him? Shui Tangqing glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Whether or not Yang Tianguang is willing to go down the mountain to welcome us is Yang Tianguang's business. We still have to do our part. Yang Tianguang has always treated us brothers well. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Inspector Su was reprimanded and did not say anything else. Shui Tangqing waved his hand and said, Let's go. Don't wait for Lai Shaoqing to reach the foot of the mountain. This master has a bad temper. Let's go up and welcome him. At Shui Tangqing's order, a group of low-ranking officials who guarded the hot springs at Longmen, grew vegetables and raised horses, went up in a hubbub. Yang Fan, dressed in short clothes, was practicing his saber in the courtyard. Usually, Yang Fan's saber practice was a favorite show of his precious son. In Yang Nianzu's eyes, his father's saber practice was about the same as the monkeys doing somersaults in the Imperial Horse Gallery. It was all fun. Today his son's family was not here, so Yang Fan did not have to deliberately add some strange moves to amuse his son. He practiced like the wind and was very focused. The snow in the courtyard had not been swept away. Under Yang Fan's daily practice, the snow had become very solid. Other than a layer of charcoal ash from the courtyard door to the room door to prevent slippage, the rest of the snow had become as smooth as a mirror. This kind of ground undoubtedly made it more difficult for him to move. But on this kind of ground, Yang Fan was still as swift as a whirlwind, like a mad tiger, sometimes an eagle soaring in the sky, sometimes a lion hunting a rabbit, sometimes a falcon swooping down, like a lightning bolt. At times, the saber would wrap around his entire body like a waterfall, and at other times, it would be like a sudden clap of thunder and lightning, slashing out in arcs of cold light. Compared to when he had just left the southern seas, his saber technique had already made great progress. The power of the saber was vigorous and copious, its momentum fierce and fierce. Moreover, its energy channels were long and solid like a boulder. This kind of power and overbearingness was the most prominent characteristic of the king of weapons, the saber. It was also the saber technique that could best display the martial arts of Curly Beard's lineage to the extreme. A servant was standing at the door. He was clearly several feet away from Yang Fan, but he saw that Yang Fan had covered an area of several feet with just a few twists and turns, and the saber light was so dense that it was bone-chilling. He wisely chose to stay where he was. If he really walked forward and Yang Tangjian slipped, wouldn't he die an unjust death? With a whoosh, the frightening saber light that covered the sky and the earth suddenly disappeared. The whistling and shrill saber wind also stopped abruptly. Yang Fan hid the saber behind his elbow and said impatiently, "What's the matter now? Didn't I say that if he, Lai Junchen, is here for official business today, I, Yang, will naturally welcome him? Since it's a private matter, I can't be bothered to welcome him." The servant smiled and said, "Yang Tangjian, the person who came down the mountain is not Lai Shaoqing, but the right garrison general. He heard that you are the owner of this place, and said that he is an old friend of you, so he specially came to see you. I came to inform you first." Yang Fan thought for a while, but did not remember any old friend of his who was the right garrison general. He could not help but be surprised and said, "The right garrison general, who is it?" As Yang Fan spoke, he walked towards the door. The servant respectfully said, "I dare not say anything, I only remember that the general said his surname is Luo, Shui Tangqing is accompanying him." When Yang Fan heard that the general's surname was Luo, he suddenly thought of someone and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "It's him? Why is he here?" Yang Fan walked out of the door and looked towards the mountain path. Sure enough, he saw Shui Tangqing accompanying someone, walking slowly along the mountain path. That person was wearing a leopard skin robe with sleeves and a gray cloak. His waist was broad, his body fat and his gait was calm, looking extremely noble. Yang Fan had already thought of someone, but when he saw this person's appearance, it was very different from the person in his impression, so he could not help but hesitate. At this time, that person had already seen Yang Fan. He immediately grinned and laughed out loud. From afar, he opened his arms and welcomed him cheerfully, saying with a smile, "Erlang, long time no see." When Yang Fan was practicing his saber on the mirror-like snow in the courtyard, he did not slip even once. Now that he heard him speak, he slipped and almost fell. The person in front of him had rough red skin, a red brandy nose, the wings of his nose were fat, the muscles on his fat face were loose, his eye bags were very deep, and he looked to be around 40 years old. If not for his light blue eyes and his slightly Western accent, Yang Fan would not believe that this person was actually the loyal Khan Ashina Huziro, who gave himself the Han name Luokadi. He remembered the first time he met Huziro at White Horse Temple. At that time, Huziro's skin was fair, his nose was sharp, his facial features were handsome, and he looked valiant. But how did he become like this in just a few years? His body was fat and his face was as wide as a basin. Yang Fan really could not bear to look at him. Speaking of which, Huziro was only 5 or 6 years older than Yang Fan. Right now, he was at most in his early 30s, but looking at his appearance, he was more than 10 years older than his actual age. Huziro rushed over with large strides, his fat and large hands grasping Yang Fan's hands. He shook them repeatedly and affectionately said, "Erlang, long time no see. Haha, looking at your appearance, compared to when we first met at White Horse Temple, you haven't changed at all. I really envy you." "I can't, I'm old." Huziro grabbed Yang Fan's hands and shook his head enthusiastically, his round and fat belly trembling. That belly was almost touching Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Khan, this change of yours is really too shocking. I don't even dare to recognize you." Huziro laughed heartily. "That's right. I used to have a bow and a horse by my side, and now I have wine and women by my side. Although I have followed the customs of the Han, I can't get used to eating grains and vegetables. I still need fat cows and sheep to eat to my heart's content. I don't have anything to worry about, so how can I not be fat?" Because of the deal he had made with Shin Mu to protect Wu Jila, Yang Fan always felt that he had let his good friend down. Therefore, when Huziro did not come looking for him, he rarely asked this old friend out to drink and chat. In addition, he had always been caught up in all sorts of bureaucratic disturbances and did not want to implicate this old friend. Therefore, this was the first time they had met in years. Carefully listening to the meaning behind Huziro's words, Yang Fan did not sense the slightest desolation or disappointment. It seemed that this loyal Khan was very satisfied with his luxurious life. Yang Fan could not help but be speechless. Are all the children of the grasslands so broad-minded? Chapter 671. Seeing the slight melancholy on his face, Huzilo thought that he was reminiscing about the past and feeling sorry for himself. That's right, this brother became a general at a young age and was promoted to the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice. Then he became the assistant minister of the heavenly official. He could be said to be proud of his success and had a bright future ahead of him. Who would have thought that he would be reduced to such a state in one night, becoming a mountain guard, horse rearing, vegetable growing, and spring watching? Huzilo hurriedly consoled, "Erlang, don't be sad. I have only heard of your matter recently. The ups and downs of the officialdom, don't take it to heart. Think about how many nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers had their families destroyed in one night. Erlang is truly blessed. You are a blessed person. Look at how old you are. Although you have fallen today, you may rise again in the future. Moreover, I heard that you own dozens of shops in Nan City and earn money every day. Even if your career is hopeless, you can still be a normal rich man. What's wrong with that? Don't make things difficult for yourself." Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that the other was pitiful, but the other felt that he was pitiful. Everyone had their own aspirations. This kind of thing really couldn't be forced. Why force others to live according to his wishes? It was fine as long as one was happy. With this thought, the heavy feeling in Yang Fan's heart lightened. Shaking his head with a smile, he changed the topic. Thank you, Khan, for your consolation. What this little brother lacks is your magnanimity. Haha, why did Khan come up the mountain today? Could it be that you brought a beauty up the mountain to enjoy yourself in the hot spring? Yang Fan's eyes were sharp and could already see a group of people coming up the mountain in the distance. Most of them were young girls with slender figures. Although they were wearing leather and fur clothing, their graceful figures did not diminish. Unexpectedly, when Huzalo heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face as if he was too shy to speak. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it?" Huzalo blushed slightly and answered awkwardly. To be honest, Lai Junshin has regained the Emperor's favor and is holding a roasted tail banquet at Dragon Gate to celebrate. I am here to attend the banquet. Yang Fan was surprised. How did the Khan become friends with Lai Junshin? This person is perverse and has made enemies in the entire court. For Khan to have dealings with such a person, this is very inappropriate. Huzelo snorted in annoyance. Do you think I want to be friends with Lai Junshin? To tell you the truth, this Sinong Nong temple is in charge of several livestock farms on the outskirts of the capital. Ever since your elder brother settled in the capital, some of the clan's younger generation did not want to leave, so they all came with me. With my salary, I can't feed so many people. But when it comes to farming and weaving, my children are not good at it, so I went to the Sinong temple and asked them to raise livestock for the court. Now that they are the Emperor's servants, they can at least make a living. Now that Lai Junshin is the Sinong Nong vice minister, this matter should be managed by him. Your elder brother thought that since he has taken up the post, I should give him face. So I went to Lai residence to send some gifts to celebrate. After sending the gifts, I returned. I thought this matter would end here, but who knew that he still remembered it? Last night, his lackey Wei Suizhong suddenly came. I don't know how he heard that my residence has dozens of maids bought from the western regions who can sing and dance. He wanted me to bring them to Dragon Gate to celebrate with Lai Junshin. He also wanted me to come early in the morning and make arrangements before Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin, how impressive, how impressive! You're ordering me around like this, when have you ever treated me as a guest? Your elder brother is after all. Husero suddenly paused when he spoke to this point. Like a deflated ball, he shook his head sadly and gloomily said, Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Just talking about it makes me angry. Let's deal with him today. Otherwise, with his vengeful nature, how could he be willing to let me go? I see. Realization dawned on Yang Fan. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Huzelo and said with a smile, Lai Junshin is so domineering. Khan must be ashamed and angry. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Huzelo became nervous and quickly said, Absolutely not. Erlang, you are now working in the Sinong Nong temple and are his subordinate. You must not stand up for me. Moreover, if your elder brother offends him, then I won't teach my clansmen how to raise livestock. My clansmen will have no way to survive. Yang Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, Khan. No matter what, I will not let him blame this debt on you. Huzelo said, That won't do. How can you fight him now? Erlang, bear with it for a moment to avoid 100 days of worry. You should, Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. No matter, no matter. Khan can just watch from the sidelines. I know what I am doing. Minister Xuetang was a shrewd old man. When the two of them were talking, he had been standing far away. Seeing that the two of them had finished their conversation, he coughed and walked forward. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, another servant ran up the mountain and shouted, Minister Yang, Minister Xuetang, Assistant Minister Huang Fu of the Qiuguan Yamen, has come up the mountain. After Li Zhaoda's downfall, the Minister of Justice, Lu Qinwang, was also implicated and demoted to another place. Princess Taiping secretly worked and successfully promoted her henchman, Tao Wenjie, to the position of Minister of Justice. In exchange, and with the compromise of the various powers, the Ministry of Justice promoted 2 assistant ministers. One was Huangfu Zhongbei and the other was Lu Rushuan. The 2 of them were the left and right assistant ministers. Chen Dong officially replaced Yang Fan and became the disciplinary director of the Ministry of Justice. The person who came up the mountain was Huangfu Zhongbei. Huangfu Zhongbei did not come alone. He had brought a cook, ingredients, and even cooking utensils. It seemed that Lai Junchen had made up his mind to hold this barbecue banquet on Mount Longmen. But he also knew that every vegetable and every fruit here belonged to the emperor. No matter how arrogant he, Lai Junchen, was, he could not allow others to use him against him. He could only use his despotic power on other people. Seeing Huangfu Zhongbei, Huzeluo felt a little better. His position as the great general of the right garrison was only in name. The so-called Khan was only in name. Huangfu Zhongbei was a real member of the Ministry of Justice. In terms of official position, status, and power, he was not inferior to Lai Junchen. But wasn't he still ordered around by Lai Junchen like a servant? Yang Fan and Huzeluo stood side by side on the mountain and watched as Assistant Minister Qiu Guan, Huangfu Zhongbei, led the family members carrying pots and vegetables up the rugged mountain path like a chief cook. Huzeluo let out a long sigh and said with a wry smile, "Originally, I was a little unwilling to accept Lai Junchen's arrogance, but now it seems that I have no choice but to accept it. The entire court is read and ordered around like dogs. Even King Wei and King Liang cannot compare to such awe-inspiring might. Who else in the world can have such awe-inspiring might?" Yang Fan put his hands in his bosom and said with a smile, "At least there is one more." Huzeluo glanced at Yang Fan, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Fan continued to smile as he looked down the mountain. He replied indifferently, "There is still Li Zhaoda." Huzeluo's gaze sharpened slightly. Yang Fan said, "Some people are too close to power. Over time they think that they possess that power. They do not know that their power is only bestowed by others. If this power is taken away, they will immediately lose everything." Huzeluo's eyes brightened slightly. He asked tentatively, "Erlang, you are saying," Yang Fan said with a smile, "I am not saying anything. I am only saying that when flowers bloom to their peak, they should wither. When the snow falls to its peak, it should stop. When the moon is full, it will wane. When the sun is full, it will erode. Everything in the world follows the same logic." Li Zhaoda was so awe-inspiring, but didn't he also wither after reaching his peak? Lai Junchen should be the same. This is the great logic of the world. Although Huzeluo's body was fat, his face was oily, and he had put on a lot of weight, his heart was even clearer than before. How could he believe Yang Fan's words? He asked impatiently, "Erlang, you and I are brothers. If you have something to say, why don't you say it? Have you heard something?" In his view, Yang Fan could only rely on his relationship with Princess Taiping and King Wu Sanxi. What had he heard? There was no way he could topple Lai Junchen. Yang Fan raised his chin toward the foot of the mountain and said with a smile, "Lai Junchen is here. If Khan does not go and welcome him, he will be late." He really came. Huzeluo hurriedly lifted his robe and ran down the mountain in a hurry. When Lai Junchen would be unlucky was a matter for the future. As long as he was still alive, he had to be careful. When this fellow bit people, there was no reasoning at all. Lai Junchen came, followed by a few court officials. These court officials did not need anything from Lai Junchen, and Lai Junchen would not give them anything. The reason why they were currying favor with Lai Junchen was not because they wanted anything from him. They only hoped that if there were any more disturbances, Lai Junchen would remember today's friendship and not carelessly implicate them. A group of people also came from the Sinong Temple. After Chief Minister Tang Xiaoxiao sensed that there would be a fierce battle on Dragon Gate Mountain, she immediately slipped away, saying that she was inspecting the various gardens. But there were still a large number of officials left in the Sinong Temple. These people could not help but show their support, especially the two farming officials, Ming Shi and Li Jun, who had been assigned to work under Lai Junchen. As soon as Ming Shi saw Shui Tangqing, she angrily reprimanded him. "This Yang Fan, does he still have any manners? Does he know how to respect his subordinates? Lai Junchen has come to the hot springs, but he did not come to welcome him. This is too outrageous." Shui Tangqing deliberately straightened his frost-blue face and replied awkwardly. Originally, Director Yang was waiting respectfully at the foot of the mountain for Lai Shaoqing and other officials. But because the great general of the Right Garrison Guard and Assistant Minister Qiu Guan arrived a step earlier, Director Yang accompanied them up the mountain to make arrangements. As a result, I missed the time to welcome Lai Shaoqing and other officials. Even though everyone knew that Yang Fan did not want to give Lai Junchen face, Shui Tangqing could not say it directly. This was his duty as a subordinate. Moreover, this would make Lai Junchen look better. Lai Junchen did not expect Yang Fan to lower his head to him. But when he heard that Hu Zeluo and Huangfu Zhangbei had already gone up the mountain, he was curious. He thought that these two people had not come. He secretly swore in his heart and was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. At this time, hearing Shui Tangqing's words, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He looked at Wei Suizhong in surprise. He had already guessed that this was probably the method that Wei Suizhong had mentioned. Chapter 672. Wei Suizhong laughed and said, "Assistant Minister Huangfu and Kan Huzero considered the lack of food and wine on the mountain, and there are no songs and dances to liven things up, so they volunteered to take on these two tasks. Kan Huzero brought a dozen dancers up the mountain, while Assistant Minister Huangfu invited the famous chef of Drunken Golden Hairpin to serve the banquet. They did not inform the prefectural magistrate beforehand, as they wanted to give him a surprise." When Lai Junchen heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He laughed heartily and said, "Kan Jiezhong and Assistant Minister Huangfu are too courteous. Today, I am here to invite my colleagues to a banquet. How can I let them go through so much trouble? Too courteous, too courteous. Come, come, let's quickly go up the mountain. Don't let Kan Jiezhong and Assistant Minister Huangfu wait for too long." The others could not help but flatter him. Amidst the tide of flattery, the group of people slowly climbed the mountain. When they were about to reach Dragon Gate's magnificent stone archway, they saw Yang Fan standing there with his arms crossed, looking at them with a slight smile, as if there was no one else around. Lai Junchen's face immediately darkened and he snorted coldly. Minister of Agriculture Ming Shi hurriedly said, "This Yang Fan is too arrogant, I will go teach him a lesson." Ming Shi's feet tightened and he angrily rushed towards Yang Fan. When he rushed in front of Yang Fan, the anger on his face had miraculously disappeared and turned into a humble and embarrassed expression. "Minister Yang, Lai Shaoqing has just been appointed and today he brought his colleagues and friends to visit the Dragon's Gate. You see, we are all from the Sinong Temple after all. It is not good to let outsiders see any unhappiness. Take a step back, don't you think so?" Yang Fan did not expect this person to change from arrogance to deference and change his attitude so quickly. He couldn't help but find this person familiar and asked, "When I reported to the Sinong Temple that day, I seem to have met you once. If I remember correctly, you are the minister of the Sinong Temple. May I know your name?" Ming Shi happily said, "I am Ming Shi. I did not expect Minister Yang to still remember me. You have a good memory." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Since Minister Ming has spoken, Yang does not dare to disobey. However, this is the Imperial Forest Park. According to reason, non-members of the Imperial family are not allowed to enter. This Yang is certainly not an unreasonable person. If the officials of this yamen come here to bathe and relieve their fatigue, it is not a big deal. However, I still have to abide by the rules. Everyone can enter the door behind me, but the second door is the territory of the Imperial Palace. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Since I am the supervisor of the hot spring, this is my responsibility. I hope that Minister Ming Nong will not take offense. Ming Shi's expression became somewhat ugly. Then, where do you want Lai Shaoqing to stay? Yang Fan said. He can either come today and leave today, or go to the monastery at the front of the mountain, offer some incense oil, and ask for a place to stay. Bullshit. Lai Junchen climbed up the stone step. He did not hear how Ming Shi taught Yang Fan a lesson, but he clearly heard Yang Fan's words. Lai Junchen's suppressed anger suddenly rose. He walked over with a calm face and pushed Ming Shi aside. He pointed at Yang Fan's nose and said word by word, "You listen to me clearly. I will stay here today." "Of course you can stay." The corners of Yang Fan's mouth gently curled up. If Lai Shaoqing is so interested, this Yang will naturally accept. Not far from here is the residence of the supervisor of the hot spring. I can ask someone to vacate a few rooms and invite Lai Shaoqing and the other guests to stay. As for the second door, Yang Fan shouted in a deep voice, "Supervisor Su." Supervisor Su was standing in the crowd watching the excitement. When he suddenly heard Yang Fan call his name, he unconsciously responded. It was only after he took a step forward that he reacted. This was not the time to stir up trouble. He could only ask hesitantly, "Supervisor Yang, what is it?" Yang Fan stared at Lai Junchen and asked Supervisor Su in a clear voice, "On the first day this official took office, it was you who explained the regulations of the hot spring supervisor to this official. I can't remember clearly now. I want to hear you say it again. Who can stay in the bathing hall of the hot spring on this mountain?" Supervisor Su timidly glanced at Lai Junchen and answered hesitantly, The Emperor, the Crown Prince, members of the Imperial family, princes with different surnames, or guests invited by the Imperial family." Yang Fan said to Lai Junchen, "Lai Shaoqing, did you hear clearly? I don't know if it is the Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Imperial family, princes with different surnames, or which one of you is a member of the Imperial family. No matter which one you meet, I will let you in immediately." Lai Junchen grabbed Yang Fan's collar and breathed heavily. His eyes also revealed a kind of evil because of an inexplicable excitement. "Yang Fan, don't think that you can block my way with these stupid rules. Today, I want to stay in the Spring Palace on the mountain. You can go and impeach me. Do you think His Majesty will punish me for such a small matter? I forgot, you are only a small supervisor of the hot spring. You are not qualified to submit a memorial to the Emperor. Do you want me to help you submit it?" Ha 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 ha. It was the same laughter, but Lai Junchen's laughter was very different from other people's. It was also different from his laughter in the past. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was abrupt, fast, and urgent. It was like the cry of a night owl. It was very strange. Yang Fan frowned and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Lai Junchen suddenly stopped laughing and put on a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know why I insisted on coming to the Dragon Gate? Because you are here. Because you are in charge of this place. It is yours. That is why I am here. Since I am here, I want to stay here, and you can only obediently guard the door for me." Ha 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 ha. Lai Junchen laughed hysterically again. His laughter was strange and a little inexplicable. Yang Fan could not help but frown again. Lai Junchen seemed to have realized that his strange excitement was a little eye-catching. He tried hard to control himself, but because he was holding back his laughter, his originally handsome face became distorted. "I, Lai Junchen, have only suffered once, and it was in the hands of you, Yang Fan." Lai Junchen's smile disappeared and his expression became bitter again. "That is why I am very interested in you now. As long as it is yours, I am interested. I want to snatch it, I want to possess it in front of you." No matter if it is in charge of it, you own it or your woman. Ha 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 ha. Lai Junchen suddenly burst into a strange, neurotic laughter. The strange feeling in Yang Fan's heart became more and more obvious. He had never studied medicine. Even if he had, with the medical level of this era, he would not understand what a paranoid or hidden mental illness was. However, Lai Junchen's strange behavior and twisted smile clearly did not belong to a normal person. The two people's voices could not be considered high, but the mountain wind howled and carried their conversation. A few officials standing not far away vaguely heard some of it and immediately frowned. This Lai Junchen was too immature, wasn't he? No matter how much you hated him in your heart, no matter how malicious your thoughts were, you should not have said it out loud. However, thinking about Lai Junchen's background as a ruffian, it did not seem to be a big deal to say something unpleasant. As Yang Fan listened to Lai Junchen's malicious and vulgar words and looked at his lewd and strange smile, he wanted to lift up his foot and use the sole of his boot to seal Lai Junchen's mouth, imprinting his hideous and ferocious face on the sole of his boot. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He calmly said, "As the supervisor of the hot springs, I naturally have to fulfill my duty. You are not allowed to enter the bathing hall of the hot springs palace." Lai Junchen said rudely, "I want to enter, so what?" Yang Fan smiled and took 2 steps back, saying, "I am right here. Lai Junchen, are you planning to fight your way into the hot springs palace?" Lai Junchen smiled and put his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and proudly called out, "Ming Shi. Yes, yes. This lowly official is here." On such a cold day, Minister of Agriculture Ming Shi's forehead seemed to be covered in sweat. He hurriedly came over and coughed, saying, "Yang Fan, someone has reported you have embezzled the rations of the servants." Cough. This official wants to personally investigate this matter. In order to avoid suspicion, during this period of investigation, you will be temporarily suspended from your post. Shui Tangqing will temporarily take over the position of the supervisor. Lai Junchen rolled his eyes and arrogantly said, "Still not moving out of the way?" Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He smiled and slowly retreated to the side of the road. Lai Junchen swaggered to his side and stared at him. He coldly said, "This official is going up the mountain to bathe in the hot springs. I will still be staying up there tonight. You're blocking me. You're chasing me down the mountain. If you have the ability to chase me out, I will change my surname to yours." Ha 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 ha. Lai Junchen suddenly let out a burst of strange laughter and walked up the mountain while laughing loudly. He also faintly felt that his crazy laughter was somewhat strange, but he suppressed it several times in a row. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. He had no choice but to laugh, so he might as well laugh to his heart's content. A group of low-level servants from the hot spring stewardship department followed behind them. When they passed by Yang Fan, their gazes were filled with sympathy and embarrassment. Huzelo did not dare to say anything. When he reached Yang Fan's side, he only paused for a moment. In the end, he let out a deep sigh, stomped his feet, and gloomily chased after Lai Junchen. Yang Fan silently stood by the stone square, watching the large group of people accompany Lai Junchen up the mountain like stars surrounding the moon. A moment later, a figure appeared behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't turn around, but he seemed to know that someone had appeared. He gazed at Lai Junchen's receding figure and said in a low voice, "Investigate him." The person behind him said, "I don't know what sect master wants to know, please ask." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Check here. I feel he's a little abnormal." The person raised his eyes in shock. Yang Fan had already pulled up his sleeves. He raised his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself, "If Lai Junchen really is crazy but is able to wear scarlet, seize a high position, and be entrusted with heavy responsibilities by the emperor, that would truly be the most absurd joke in history. Ha 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 ha." The person behind him had a puzzled expression and wanted to ask more questions. Yang Fan was already walking down the mountain with a smile. Looking at the time, he should be here soon. Chapter 673. In the vast snowfield, Yang Fan and the others were walking towards the Dragon Gate. It was the spring festival and the yamen was sealed. The officials were resting at home and most of the businesses had stopped doing business. People were visiting their relatives and friends. Therefore, even though the road leading to the Dragon Gate had always been desolate, there were still farmers, hunters, and people visiting their relatives and friends. Of course, there were also devout believers who went to the Dragon Gate to offer incense. Among the few pedestrians, there was a group of people and horses that was particularly eye-catching. It was a few double-axle oil cleaners, all pulled by strong yellow horses. Most of the carriages were made of precious wood such as nanmu and red sandalwood. If someone who did not know wood could not see that the wood used in these carriages was expensive, they could see that these carriages were not used by ordinary people. From the tiles on the crossbar of the rear end of the carriages, the hidden nails on the carriage, the hooks on the curtain, and the package on the shaft of the carriage. Moreover, there were dozens of black-robed guards around the carriages, which was enough to prove the noble status of the people in the carriages. There was only one person sitting in the first carriage. The window was open and there was no wind at the moment. The sun was shining brightly and the snowfield was bright. The person in the carriage was sitting elegantly with a long neck, white teeth, and bright eyes. A golden buyao swayed gently on her head, exuding infinite charm. As the carriage passed, pedestrians could see the beauty in the carriage through the window. It was like a painting. This person was Princess Taiping. There was also a person sitting in the second carriage, but this person was meditating. The carriage would bump from time to time in the snowfield, but his body was motionless. It was enough to show that his Zen skills were excellent. This person was a monk. Looking at his age, he was only about 30 years old. He was handsome and clear. From his slightly sunken eye sockets, high nose bridge, and slightly blue eyes, he seemed to have the blood of the Hu people. This monk's Buddhist name was Hui Fan. He was originally born in a Hu merchant family in the western regions. His family was wealthy and because he loved Buddhism, he became a monk at a young age. The Shengshan temple that he lived in was a family temple specially built for him. Therefore, although he was young, he was already the master of the temple. Unlike Xue Huai, the master of the White Horse Temple, Hui Fan was quite proficient in the Buddhist scriptures. In addition, he was born with a good appearance, so he was an influential figure among the eminent monks of Luoyang. His two senior brothers, Hui Yen and Hui Ling, were eminent monks who had participated in the compilation of the commentary on the Great Cloud Sutra. Although this Buddhist scripture annotation was a political propaganda material to promote Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, except for Xue Huai, the other 9 were real Buddhist masters. The Deyun Jing Shu was announced to the world. The 10 eminent monks were awarded purple kasaya by the emperor. Hui Fan also became famous because of his 2 older martial brothers. Now that Buddhism was suppressing Taoism, there were many believers in all walks of life. To be able to obtain the support of an eminent monk, one would unknowingly grasp a lot of power. Therefore, Monk Hui Fan also became a guest of Princess Taiping. In the third carriage there were 3 people. The 3 of them were not old, the oldest was only 23 or 24 years old, and the youngest was not even 20 years old, but they all had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and faces like jade. They were all very graceful and beautiful young men. These 3 people were originally the children of a declining family, but because of the protection of their ancestors, they inherited an idle position. Now it was different. Now they all held important positions in the important yamen, such as the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Rights, because their brothers from the same family were Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. These 3 people were Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi. They were all children of the Zhang family, and also the core members of the emerging Zhang party. At this moment, the 3 of them were in high spirits. They opened the curtains, looked at the scenery outside the window, pointed, and laughed wittily. In the fourth carriage, there were also 2 young men dressed like scholars. They were about 30 years old, and they were very handsome. One of them was also surnamed Zhang, but he was not from the same family as the 3 Zhang brothers in the previous carriage. His name was Zhang Shuo, originally from Fanyang, and he lived in the east of the river. Now, he was the Crown Prince's school secretary and the left supplement. Zhang Shuo was not like the 3 Zhang brothers, who relied on their own brothers to be the empress's gigolo, and used nepotism to get to the throne. He was a talented scholar with real ability and learning. In the 4th year of the imperial court, Wu Zetian tested the virtuous and virtuous, and she personally acted as the chief examiner. Zhang Shuo was rated as the first in the imperial court in the imperial court. The person next to him was tall and elegant, and he was even more elegant than Zhang Shuo. He was Zhang Shuo's close friend, Gao Jian. Gao Jian was now the Minister of Rights of the Ministry of Rights, and he was also a successful rising official in the imperial court. In the last carriage there were also 2 people. These 2 people Yang Fan had seen in Chang'an before. They were the sons of the Chui clan of Bowling, Chui Pai, and Chui Di. The 2 brothers were elegant and handsome, and they were not inferior to the 3 Zhang brothers. First, there was a great purge in the imperial court because of the turmoil in the southern border. Then, because of the case of Lian Yao, a large number of officials in Luoyang were removed, and there were a number of vacancies. The Chui clan naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, so the Chui brothers came to the capital. In fact, there was a place for the Chui clan on the list of officials in the southern border. This was very normal. If there was no son of a noble clan on this list, then it would be suspicious. Although Wu Zetian wanted to suppress the noble clans, she only wanted to use a soft knife to cut flesh to weaken them. She was not willing to openly break off relations with them. Although the Empress was decisive, she was not willing to declare war on a colossus without leaving a way out, so she still had to give the noble clans some benefits, so that they would not starve to death and would not take risks out of desperation. However, Cui Shi was not on that list because he was not willing to go. He was a son of the Ampingfang of the Cui clan of Bowling. To be an official in the barbarian land and govern a group of savages? Cui Shi saw it as a dangerous path. His goal was the capital, the prosperous place, the capital of the Zhou dynasty. So he brought his brother to the capital and successfully became a disciple of Princess Taiping. Through her recommendation, he became an official. Of course, other than Cui Shi being talented and worth recruiting, Princess Taiping might have used Cui Shi to build a connection with the Cui clan of Bowling and establish a closer relationship. If such a noble clan could secretly provide support to her, it would obviously be very beneficial for her to recruit more talents. Otherwise, with the advantage of being a princess of the Tang dynasty, it would be impossible for her to draw so many talents to her side. There would always be some people who did not believe in promises in the distant future, but valued the benefits in front of them more. It was Cui Di's first time in Luoyang, and the first time he was invited by the princess to travel, so he was very excited. As a son of a noble clan, in the eyes of the proud young Master Jiang, the Li Tang royal family was a nouveau riche, and the Wu Zhou dynasty was a big joke. He looked down on them from head to toe and did not take them seriously. However, Cui Di was different. He was still very flattered by Princess Taiping's invitation. He even fantasized that with his literary talent and appearance, he could get the favor of this beautiful princess of the Tang dynasty. Maybe he would have the opportunity to do something very charming and erotic with her. Of course, it was not possible now. The beautiful princess was pregnant. Cui Di's thoughts had nothing to do with being a gigolo. He was confident that with his family background and talent, he could definitely achieve something in his official career. He coveted Taiping not because he wanted to serve a woman to get a position, but because she was a princess. He didn't care about a noblewoman. The Chui clanspeople were all rich and powerful. He had seen many noble women. He didn't care about beautiful women either. He had beautiful women by his side. No matter if they were noble, elegant, charming, pure, or flirtatious, however, the combination of two completely harmless substances, noble and enchanting, for him, became a powerful aphrodisiac, making him exuberant. Cui Shi was not as excited as Cui Di, nor did he have the same thoughts as him. When Cui Di once again mentioned Princess Taiping's beauty and elegance to him, faintly revealing a covetous look, Cui Shi lightly reminded him, "You seem to have forgotten about the matter between the princess and Yang Fan." "Of course I haven't forgotten." Cui Di, who was in heat, was pricked by him. He immediately sneered disdainfully. "If the princess can like him, of course she can also like me. If the princess likes me, what does it have to do with him? You don't think that just because he is in charge of the succession hall, he has the right to order us around?" Cui Shi frowned and unhappily said, "Could it be that you have forgotten our purpose in coming to Luoyang? How much hope the elders have for us? Why do you act as if you have never seen a woman before?" "Of course I have seen women, but not one of them is a princess." Cui Di's young face was a little red because of excitement. "Big brother, did you notice that the men that the princess has invited, although they have different identities, are all outstanding and handsome? Hey, I think the princess likes handsome men." He turned his eyes, lowered his voice, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Maybe they are the princess's guests. Our princess, I am afraid, does not only have Yang Fan as her lover." Cui Shi frowned and said, "Then why are you still enjoying it?" Cui Di smiled and said, "I am not marrying her. What does it matter to me how many men she has? In a luxurious tent, in a gentle village, to be able to take off one's shoes with a beautiful and noble princess, go to Mount Wu together, have a night of ecstasy, don't you think this is the happiest thing in the world?" "Enough!" Cui Shi slapped the wall of the carriage. "If I had known this, I would have brought Ah Ji or Ah Yi this time, instead of—" Cui Di saw that his big brother was angry, so he bitterly shut his mouth. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the driver's voice came from outside, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the foot of Dragon Gate Mountain. The road ahead is impassable, we have to walk up the mountain." Princess Taiping, who was staring at the snowy field leisurely, woke up. She bent over and was about to lift the curtain to go out. The personal maid sitting on the side of the carriage hurriedly whispered, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping was reminded by her, and only then did she realize that she was a pregnant woman. She said in annoyance, "I still have to pretend for a few months, so annoying." She sighed, stretched out a hand, and let the maid hold her. Then the maid opened the curtain of the sedan, and slowly walked out. Her footsteps were soft, as if she was afraid to step on ants. Chapter 674. When Princess Taiping got off the carriage, the invited guests had already gotten off before her. They were looking around, talking and laughing loudly. When they saw Princess Taiping coming out, they surrounded her. Gao Jian looked around and frowned. "Your Highness is here. Is there no one in the hot spring to welcome you?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "I didn't tell them that I came here. If a group of ordinary people were to talk about such a beautiful snow scene, what would be the point? Let's go up the mountain. Everyone must be tired from the journey, so let's first take a bath and wash off our fatigue. It won't be too late to have a banquet after that." Cui Di hurried forward and said, "Your Highness is not feeling well. The stone steps are slippery. You must be careful." Princess Taiping smiled at him and nodded to thank him. "Thank you." As soon as Taiping laughed, Cui Di's soul and spirit immediately disappeared, even his bones softened by 30%. In his heart he thought, "Good fortune, a rare and beautiful woman is indeed out of the ordinary. I remember when my sisters-in-law were pregnant, even if they were originally very delicate and beautiful, their complexion, skin quality, fat and thin appearance would inevitably have some changes. But this Princess Highness, other than her waist being a little bigger, is actually a radiant beauty. If she wasn't pregnant, how attractive would her fragrant jade body be? Another maid came and supported Princess Taiping. They were about to go up the mountain. Princess Taiping was disguised as a pregnant woman. The stone path was too slippery to walk fast. All the guests followed Princess Taiping to walk slowly. After walking for a short distance and turning onto the stone path in the mountain, a person suddenly appeared in front of them and made a fuss. "Oh, why is your highness here? Why didn't you inform us in advance that your highness would come to the Dragon Gate so that we could welcome you earlier?" Princess Taiping looked at her Langjun, who was pretending. She felt both angry and amused. She snorted and slightly raised her chin. She pretended to be arrogant and said, "You may rise. I was just having fun and invited my friends to visit the Dragon Gate. It was just a whim. There is no need to inform others." Cui Di walked up with a smile and looked Yang Fan up and down. He deliberately acted as if he didn't know him and asked, "Who are you? Looking at your clothes, are you the local soup supervisor?" Back in Chang'an, Cui Di and a group of people had been ridiculed by Yang Fan for showing off their poems. Although it was not directed at him, he was still displeased. Now that he had arrived in Luoyang, he had fallen in love with Princess Taiping at first sight. He was even more displeased with this Yang Fan, who had been rumored to be with Princess Taiping for a long time. At this time, he deliberately ridiculed Yang Fan, wanting to see Yang Fan's embarrassed look. Yang Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Isn't this the Cui family's young master? At such a young age, your memory is not very good. When I was in Chang'an, didn't I meet you once? I thought you looked familiar. It turns out to be Yang Longzhong." Cui Di pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "Oh, I remember that you were the penal officer of the Ministry of Justice and the Inspector General of the Six Paths. You were such a prestigious figure. How come now? Ha ha ha, you can't blame me." Yang Longzhong suddenly changed into a green robe. "My eyes were poor and I didn't recognize him. Forgive me, forgive me." Yang Fan smiled and said, "It turns out that Cui Di only cares about the clothes and not the person. That's why." Cui Duo's face immediately turned red. She retorted sarcastically, "You were originally wearing a scarlet robe with a fish pouch at your waist. You were awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. You suddenly changed into a green robe and even lost your fish pouch. You stood alone on Dragon's Gate Mountain and became a mere sixth-rank official. With such a contrast, how could I recognize you?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Young Master Cui comes from a prestigious family. Even if you don't enter the officialdom, you are still of noble status. Of course, a sixth-rank official like me is nothing in your eyes. But since I am called an official, it is an errand and a duty to serve the Emperor and the people. Whether it is a sixth-rank official or a first-rank official, they are equally precious to me. I only have reverence in my heart. I dare not belittle myself." As soon as he said this, the expressions on the faces of the people who came with the princess became somewhat unnatural. Because these brothers were not yet qualified to wear the silver fish pouch. Gao Jian was now the Minister of Rights of the Ministry of Rights, a lower sixth-rank official. The three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi and Zhang Changqi, were officials in the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Appointments respectively. Although they had a lot of real power, in terms of rank, the highest was only the upper sixth-rank official. Zhang Shua was a jinshi and was ranked first. After many years of hard work, he was now the Zhuobuk, but he was only a upper seventh-rank official. Xue Xiao was a jinshi and after entering the capital, he went through Princess Taiping's door and was recommended by the princess. He walked the path of a recommendation official and was also given the title of Zhuobuk. Like Zhang Shua, he was also a upper seventh-rank official. Cui Di's thoughtless words caught all his friends in one fell swoop, including his elder brother. Only Hui Fan was left out because he was a monk. In fact, a 6th rank or 7th rank official was definitely not a small official. Zhang Jianji was a legitimate jinshi and had a very high starting point. But until the age of 60, he was still a 9th rank county magistrate. Chuidi's intention was not to ridicule Yang Fan's official rank. What he wanted to ridicule was Yang Fan's position. Official rank was not important, what was important was the official position. Although they were both officials, a 9th rank county magistrate's power and position in a county was second only to the county magistrate and the county magistrate. He was in charge of a county, and was like a local tyrant. But even if you were a 6th rank official, if you were in charge of the Sinong Temple, tending to the mountain spring, growing wild vegetables for the emperor, managing a few dozen people and 2 or 3 mountains, what would that be? This was what Chuidi wanted to say, but he had said it along the lines of Yang Fan's sentence, only the clothes, not the person. He had accidentally fallen into his trap, and was deliberately pointed out by Yang Fan. When other people heard it, it did not sound like it was the case. For a moment, other than the monk Hui Fan, who was happy and content and still had the demeanor of an eminent monk, the others were all unhappy. The 3 Zhang brothers did not have enough self-cultivation and directly showed their unsightly expressions on their faces. Chuidi stuttered and explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean you, although you are a 6th rank official, but can you compare to my eldest brother who is a 6th rank official? I mean..." "Enough!" Chuidi's face was ashen and he sternly stopped his brothers. He bowed to Yang Fan and the others and said apologetically, "My younger brother is young and inexperienced, arrogant and conceited. He spoke rudely and offended all of you. I hope that Supervisor Yang and all of my friends will forgive him." Chuidi spoke politely and the others did not want to appear stingy. They quickly put on a smile and said that it was all right. Princess Taiping glanced at the still angry Chuidi and secretly furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. She thought to herself, "This person's age is similar to Erlang's when he first became an official, but his breadth of mind, temperament, knowledge and experience are really far behind. This person cannot be used." In the Tang dynasty, there were 3 main types of officials: imperial examinations, favoritism and recommendation. Princess Taiping had the right to recommend officials. She had originally promised to help Chuidi recommend an official position. But now that she saw his performance, she involuntarily felt disgusted. Chuidi was looking forward to gaining Taiping's favor, climbing onto the princess's bed and tasting the taste of the Son of Heaven's daughter. He did not think that because of a moment of rashness, not only did he offend a large group of people, but he also ridiculed the princess's beloved Langjun. Chuidi was judged to be out of the game and he did not know it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Hui Fan chanted the name of Buddha. He twirled his prayer beads and walked forward to smooth things over. He, 4th young Master Chui, was only joking with Supervisor Yang. "Please do not take it to heart. The princess's body is delicate and cannot stand the cold. Let's ask Supervisor Yang to lead the way and go up the mountain." As he said this, Hui Fan looked at Yang Fan with deep meaning. He thought to himself, "The rumors in the streets say that Yang Fan has already lost the princess's favor. Now that the princess has brought me up the mountain, she and Yang Fan are like strangers. Could it be true?" Yang Fan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He said, "Master, Her Highness did not inform you in advance that we are coming. Therefore this mountain. I wonder if Her Highness and all the honored guests are going up the mountain to bathe, or are you planning to stay here for a few days?" Zhang Tongxiu's expression was unfriendly. He said, "What? Does Her Highness and I need to report to you if we want to stay at the Dragon Gate?" The reason why the Zhang brothers were friendly with Princess Taiping was mainly because the Zhang family was able to rise again thanks to the 2 brothers, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were favored by the Empress. Zhang Changzong became the Emperor's new lover because of Princess Taiping's recommendation. Therefore, Princess Taiping became a noble in the eyes of the Zhang family. Therefore, when Princess Taiping spoke this time, the Zhang brothers readily agreed. The Zhang brothers were now like Shui Huai in the past. Relying on the emperor's favor, they were very arrogant and domineering. There were not many people who could be taken seriously by them. Moreover, Zhang Tongxiu was now a little interested in the beautiful Princess Taiping. A beautiful woman with a bad reputation now took the initiative to invite him out for a trip. How could he not have some thoughts? Therefore, Zhang Tongxiu also had some enmity towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, "This, naturally, there is no need to inform this Yang in advance. But, to be honest, today Lai Shaoqing has just brought some friends up the mountain. They also said that they want to stay on the mountain. If you all want to go up the mountain, I'm afraid the palace in the mountain is not enough." Zhang Tongxiu frowned and asked, "Lai Shaoqing? Are you talking about Junchen?" Yang Fan said, "Exactly." Zhang Changqi said proudly, "Lai Junchen? What qualifications does he have to stay in the hot spring and call his friends?" Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "If we are talking about qualifications, naturally he doesn't. But what kind of person is Lai Shaoqing? In my opinion, Her Highness can go up the mountain to stay. As for the other honored guests, if you all are interested, this Yang can go to the front mountain to help you contact the guests. They can stay in the temple." In everyone's eyes, Yang Fan's smile was not very friendly. It seemed that because they were accompanying the princess, Yang Fan felt threatened. His expression was hostile, jealous, and a little. Yang Fan also did not know if his expression was rich enough for them to see through. He was now trying hard to imitate Shui Huai's expression when he mentioned Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Changyi was so angry that she laughed. "Huh," she said, "what a joke! We were invited by Her Highness. Now, just because Lai Junchen is on the mountain, we have to obediently stay in the front mountain? This is ridiculous. Who does Lai Junchen think he is?" Yang Fan said coldly, "This Yang doesn't know who this young master is, but you better listen to this Yang's good advice. Lai Shaoqing is not someone that just anyone can offend." Cui Di could not help but say, in the past, when Director Yang was in charge of the Ministry of Justice, he was tit for tat with Lai Junchen, not yielding an inch. Now that he has been demoted, why is his arrogance gone? Why is he so afraid of him? Yang Fan said coldly, "Why is this Yang afraid of him? Such good advice is not to please Lai Junchen. To be honest, because Lai Junchen's residence in Dragon Gate is against the rules, I acted impartially and resolutely stopped him, so I have been suspended by Lai Junchen. This kind advice is for your own good. If you don't mind, you can go up the mountain. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Fan flicked his sleeves and stood by the roadside. He said provocatively, "Please." Cui Di choked and felt a little timid. Princess Taiping said angrily, "This is ridiculous. My honored guest has come to Dragon Gate, but he wants to stay in the temple and make way for Lai Junchen? When I go up the mountain, I will drive Lai Junchen away." Zhang Changyi said loudly, "If Princess comes forward for this, how can we have any face left? Princess, please wait for a moment. I will go up the mountain now. Let's see if this Dragon Gate Spring Palace belongs to Lai Junchen or us." Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi immediately responded, "Go! Let's go up the mountain." Zhang Tongxiu stepped on a few stone steps and turned around to salute Princess Taiping. "Princess, it is inconvenient for you to go up the mountain slowly. I promise you that by the time Princess reaches the top of Dragon Gate, Lai Junchen will have packed up and left." He waved his hand and shouted to his two brothers, "Let's go." Cui Di saw that someone was taking the lead and became courageous again. He did not want to show his timidity in front of the woman he wanted to pursue. He also shouted majestically, "Let's go. I will go up the mountain with a few brothers." Cui Shi did not manage to hold him back and Cui Di chased after Zhang Tongxiu and his two brothers. Cui sure stamped his feet, afraid that this brother would cause trouble again, and quickly chased after him. Gao Jian laughed heartily and said to Zhang, "Very interesting. Daoji, let's go up the mountain and clear the path for Her Highness." Men were always eager to stand up for beautiful women, just like proud peacocks competing to show their tail in front of the female, or two male horses trying to fight for the female. Humans were also animals and had animal instincts. Humans were also superior to other creatures, so the starting point of this fight was more complicated than that of male animals. They did not care whether Yang Fan wanted to use them to deal with Lai Junchen, his political enemy, or to use Lai Junchen to attack their potential rivals in love. Whether it was to win Princess Taiping's favor, or to satisfy their own vanity, or just because they did not want to show weakness in front of a beautiful woman, these men, who were at most in their early 30s, were arrogant enough. Like male gorillas, they used their fists to hit their broad chest muscles, bared their teeth and roared as they ran towards another group of male gorillas on the mountain. "Young masters, please wait. Everyone." Princess Taiping did not stop them and could only anxiously say to Monk Hui Fan, "Master, it is inconvenient for me to walk, please chase after them and look after them. They are all officials in the imperial court. If they fight over such a small matter, it will be a disgrace to the imperial court." Monk Hui Fan put his palms together and said with a smile, "This poor monk will go now. Princess, don't worry, these young masters have always been courteous, nothing will happen." As Hui Fan said this, he flicked his sleeves and floated up to chase after them. Looking at his skills, it seemed that he had some foundation in martial arts. Princess Taiping looked at them rushing up the mountain. Her anxious expression gradually disappeared and turned into a charming expression with a faint smile. She looked at Yang Fan with a pair of watery eyes and said with a sweet smile, "I am standing up for you, how are you going to thank me?" Chapter 675. The two maids who supported Princess Taiping were still standing on the side, but Princess Taiping did not seem to care about their existence. However, as soon as she said this, the two maids knew that they should not listen to her anymore. They immediately let go of Princess Taiping's elbow and walked away without moving their shoulders or skirts. Yang Fan winked at Princess Taiping and whispered, "Then how do you want me to thank you?" Princess Taiping stuck out her proud breasts and said in a pretentious tone, "Supervisor Yang, tonight you will sleep with me. You have to do your best." Yang Fan could not help laughing and said, "I am afraid that your highness will not be able to bear it. I don't know who will be sad when the time comes." Princess Taiping blushed and patted him coquettishly. Yang Fan joked for a bit before withdrawing his smile. With a stern expression, he said, "If your highness thinks that I took great pains to trouble Princess to make this trip just to help me vent my anger and make Lai Junchen unhappy, then you are gravely mistaken." He looked up at the mountain and said, "Come on, let's talk on the way so that we will not miss the show." On the hillside, Zhang Tongxiu and his group had disappeared behind a rock. Princess Taiping did not need the help of the two maids and could also climb the mountain. The two walked along the stone steps to the top of the mountain. The family guards began to move their belongings from the carriage. Princess Taiping and Yang Fan went up the stairs and continued the topic. She looked at him and said, "You called me here not to help you vent your anger, but to—" Her eyes turned mischievously, and she suddenly smiled coquettishly. Her cheeks were slightly red and she said shyly, "Is it because you miss me?" Looking at her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes, which were full of amorous feelings, and even deliberately put on a cute appearance, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel his heart sway when he saw this. The charm of this kind of mature and beautiful woman was really hard to resist. He stared at Princess Taiping and said, "If you do not want to hear it, then I will not say it." All right. Princess Taiping successfully flirted with her Langjun and couldn't help but feel happy. She made a face at him and giggled. "Go ahead, I'll listen." Yang Fan said, "It's not a big deal to be bullied a little. If it was just to embarrass Lai Junchen, I wouldn't have bothered to go through all this trouble. Fighting over power is something only children like. Princess Taiping blinked her eyes and nodded seriously. Yes. Speaking of which, my Erlang is really becoming more and more like an adult. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, Am I not an adult? Princess Taiping glanced at him and leaned over. She gently bit her red lips and asked maliciously, How big is it? Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. If not for the guards and servants of the princess mansion following them from afar, Taiping's buttocks would have been slapped. My Royal Highness, can't you be a little more serious? Princess Taiping said worriedly. If I'm too serious, will it annoy you? Yang Fan snorted and ignored her double entendre. He said slowly, Wealth is a shack that will collapse in 10 years. Power is a stone palace that will not collapse in 1,000 years. But what is this kind of glory? Yang Fan pursed his lips and blew away a snowflake that was floating in front of him. Yang Fan said, It's just a fleeting snowflake. I really don't understand why some people are so happy about it and fight over it. Although Princess Taiping was clever, she really didn't guess Yang Fan's purpose this time. She really thought that Yang Fan was angry with Lai Junshin for deliberately showing off his power in the Dragon Gate, so he asked her for help and wanted to make Lai Junshin suffer. That was why she successfully angered a group of flower protectors and made them go up the mountain to find trouble with Lai Junshin. That was why she was happy. At this time, listening to Yang Fan's funny tone and contemptuous metaphor, she realized that her thinking seemed to be wrong. Thinking of when Yang Fan sent someone to send a message, he specifically asked her to bring the Zhang brothers. Princess Taiping suddenly realized, The Zhang brothers? Your target is them? Yes. Yang Fan smiled. They were both smart women, but because of their different backgrounds and environments, it was obvious that Princess Taiping was more sensitive to politics and conspiracies. If it were Shao Man or Anu, they would not understand his intention so quickly. Yang Fan said, Frankly speaking, when Lai Junshin first returned to the capital, I also looked down on him. I thought that the Empress was only remembering Lai Junshin's heroic contributions to the Empress when she first ascended the throne, so she transferred him back to the capital as repayment. But after the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao, I understood. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at the white fog that quickly dissipated in the air. Lai Junshin has always considered himself a lonely official, and the Empress has always been aware of this. So, her trust in Lai Junshin has never disappeared. As long as Lai Junshin does not go too far, no one can really put him to death. The Empress may punish him because he has gone too far, but whenever she needs to use cruel means to sweep away a possible threat, she will still think of him, and then promote him, and put him in an important position. Because the Empress feels that such a person can be trusted, and it is convenient to use him. Yang Fan looked at the thoughtful Princess Taiping, smiled and said, The Empress once wanted to use me to replace him, but unfortunately, I have disappointed her. My means are not as ruthless as Lai Junshin, and the Empress does not use me well. Moreover, no matter if I walked with Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi, she wouldn't be happy in her heart. Perhaps she is very confident in me, but it does not mean that she will rely on me as a confidant. She wants a confidant. As long as she is on the throne, she will always be the only master in her eyes. As long as she gives the order, he will not hesitate to bite anyone for her. Princess Taiping's expression also became serious, and she said word by word, But there are fewer and fewer people like this around the Empress. The Empress originally thought that the throne has been settled, and there is no problem without such people. But the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao made her feel danger again. Yang Fan nodded and said, That's right. So, it is very difficult for us to use normal means to bring him down, even when he is working for the Empress. He continues to smuggle personal goods into the palace. The Empress is getting older and older, but she is still indecisive about the Crown Prince. At this time, she needs people like Lai Junshin more. Princess Taiping said, So, letting him be the capital governor and the minister of agriculture is just the beginning. It will not be long before the Empress will transfer him back to the three-law division. Yang Fan said. Then, he will become the Empress's eyes and ears and fangs again. The ruthless officials of the censorate have been swept away, but Lai Junchen does not stick to one pattern when selecting talents. It will not be long before he can recruit a group of ruthless officials again. This kind of people is much easier to find than the capable and good officials who can govern the country. Princess Taiping stopped and her eyes shone. After the collapse of those ruthless officials, we have expanded our power for the first time. If Lai Junchen is allowed to grow again, it will be a disaster for us. It is very likely that, when the Empress passes away, we will not have enough power to fight against the Wu family and restore Li Tang. But, even the crime of framing the Prime Minister cannot bring him down, so it will only be possible if someone who is more important than him in the Empress' heart takes action. Yang Fan said with a smile, "That's right." Then, in the Empress' heart, who is more important than Lai Junchen? Princess Taiping silently turned around and answered sadly, "It will not be me. Her own son and daughter, none of them." Yang Fan patted her arm comfortingly and said, "So, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people." Princess Taiping said doubtfully, "Do you think that the Zhang brothers can do it?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "Don't look down on them just because they are male escorts. Not everyone who is a male escort is the kind of person who has evil intentions. The Empress' love for them now is far more than Xue Huai in the past, but are they as domineering as Xue Huai in the past? However, in the dark, they have done so many things. Xue Huai has served the Empress for more than 10 years, but does he have his own soldiers in the court? However, how long have the Zhang brothers served the Empress? How much power do they have in the court? After all, the Zhang brothers are from a famous family, and they are well-read. These two people are not simple." Princess Taiping turned her head and looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "What is it?" Princess Taiping said, "Their thinking is meticulous, their methods are ruthless, and the general situation of the court is clear at a glance. This method of killing with a borrowed knife is used to the point of perfection. If you have been immersed in the court for decades, suffered countless losses, received countless lessons, and stood out in many games, it would not be strange to have such thinking and methods, but you—" Princess Taiping shook her head lightly and murmured, "You have such foresight, such thinking, and such methods. It is more than enough to be a prime minister who can subdue the feudal lords and control hundreds of officials. But how old are you? You have only been in the court for a few years? Are there really people with natural talents in the world?" Yang Fan felt ashamed in his heart. If this princess knew that he was the master of the succession hall that was jointly established by the 7 largest aristocratic families in the world, if she knew that the most important department under him was not those Jianghu people recruited from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, not those rich merchants who secretly controlled the economic lifelines of the world, and not those officials who had infiltrated all levels of the court, but the Sky Observation Department, she would not have said so. Sky observation, observing the changes of the sky, deducing all things. In the succession hall, there were some people like this. They were either well-read scholars or old officials who had worked in the court for half their lives. Their only job every day was to discuss, deduce, and plan some matters related to the current situation and important officials based on the various kinds of information sent by the secret department. These people often reviewed the successful or failed people and matters of the past dynasties and summed up their experiences and lessons. Based on the various kinds of information they had, they could see the political situation of the court in time. They would deduce and analyze the political struggles in the court and the changes in the situation inside and outside the court, and then come to a conclusion. Perhaps 1 or 2 of these sophisticated and experienced people would make a lot of mistakes in their analysis, but if many wise men came to the same conclusion, then the possibility of them making a mistake would be very small. Yang Fan had been influenced by Dragonbeard Guest since he was a child, so his starting point and knowledge were far higher than that of an average person. With the assistance of such a powerful think tank, he could already be considered to be very low-key by not displaying his demonic wisdom like Zhuge Liang. However, even the sharpest weapon had to be in the hands of people who knew how to use it. This Sky Observation Department gathered a large number of wise people who could be recruited by the aristocratic families. Most of them were not from the aristocratic families. Therefore, in order to prevent the succession hall from being controlled by them, these people were only responsible for research and judgment. As for whether the results of the deduction were accepted or executed by the headmaster, they had no room to ask. They did not even know whether the headmaster would take a look at the results of their deduction. Yang Fan looked at Princess Taiping's appreciative and even worshipful gaze. He smiled tenderly and said some sweet words without thinking. There is no such thing as a heaven-bestowed talent. Isn't it because of you that I can be like this? As the saying goes, one is stained by the company he keeps. After being with you for a long time, I have unconsciously become smarter. Princess Taiping giggled. Although she was still curious why Yang Fan's analysis of the plan was so shrewd, she knew that he didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask further. Well, listening to what you said, what you did today, is it for me, for our Li family? Yang Fan said with a smile, That's right. I have painstakingly worked so hard for your highness. Why would your highness thank me? Princess Taiping sighed and pretended to be pitiful. She said, I have nothing valuable. I really have no way to repay such a great kindness. How about, I devote myself to you? Yang Fan touched his nose and said helplessly, This seems to be the same as the result of your highness standing up for me. Princess Taiping said confidently, How can there be no difference? When I threw myself into someone's arms, according to that person's words, there is a big difference. Oh no, she was going to settle old scores with him. Yang Fan hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay, your highness said. Yang Fan, you are good. You are good. A strange scream like the cry of an ape suddenly sounded, interrupting Yang Fan's words. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping suddenly raised their heads and saw Lai Junchen was standing on a hillside. His clothes were untidy. He did not even wear his headscarf. His hair was disheveled. He was stamping with rage while pointing at Lai Junchen and shouting, Yang Fan, you are really something. Ha 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 ha. I will follow your surname. From now on, I will follow your surname. Ouch. Lai Junchen was jumping happily on the hillside like a god when he suddenly slipped and sat down on the snowy ground. He slid down the hillside and screamed even louder, Help! Yang, you and I can't live under the same sky. Help! Yang Fan covered his eyes with his hand and gazed into the distance until Lai Junchen's figure disappeared behind a hill. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and mumbled, I'm not being paranoid. I really feel that he's a little abnormal. Chapter 676. A few more people appeared on the hillside. They were Huzeluo, Huangfu Zhangbei, and Lai Junchen's Sinong Temple subordinate. They used their hands to form a loudspeaker and shouted towards the foot of the hill, Lai Shaoqing. Qing, Ming Shi and Li Jun, the two Minister of Agriculture, were so anxious that they turned around in circles. Wei Suizhong stretched out his hand and pushed the small officials down the hill. Quickly go and see how Lai Shaoqing is doing. Seeing this, Ming Shi and Li Jun did not wait for Wei Suizhong to push the people down. They hurriedly sat down clumsily and slid down the hill with their butts arching. In the valley at the foot of the hill, a long and mournful howl like a wolf's howl came from afar. Yang Fan, you and I swear to be irreconcilable. Li, Princess Taiping smiled and said, It seems that Lai Junchen hates you more than he hates the Zhang brothers. Yang Fan smiled and said, What does that matter? As long as the Zhang brothers think that he is hateful, it's fine. Princess Taiping said, Do you think that they will become enemies because of this? Yang Fan said, Did you not see Lai Junshan's sorry state? Both sides have already made their moves. With the Zhang brothers' arrogance and Lai Junshan's vengeful nature, their enmity will be settled. Princess Taiping said, I don't think so. Now it seems that the Zhang brothers have the upper hand, so they may not necessarily hate Lai Junshan. Although Lai Junshan is narrow-minded, he is not an idiot. The Zhang brothers' position in the court is like the sun in the sky. Lai Junshan may make a move in his shame and anger, but after he sobers up, he may not dare to provoke the Zhang brothers again. Yang Fan smiled and said, That is not a problem. I only need to think of a way to make the Zhang brothers feel that Lai Junshan has already set his sights on them. That will be enough. Princess Taiping glanced at him and said, Don't forget that the one he hates the most is you. Don't fall before he falls. Yang Fan said indifferently, Even without today's matter, he still hates me to the bone. Right now, I am a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, he didn't manage to kill me the first time, so it'll be hard for him to do it again. On the hillside, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, Cui Shi, Gao Jian and the rest rushed over. They heard that Lai Junshan was extremely angry and lost his footing and slipped down the mountain. They could not help but look at each other in astonishment. Then they heard indistinctly the sounds of cursing coming from the valley below the mountain. They knew that Lai Junshan was not dead. Moreover, he was cursing with full strength. They were relieved and laughed out loud. Zhang Tongxiu and the others laughed as they welcomed Duke Taiping, their expressions filled with pride. In Yang Fan's expectations, there would definitely be a quarrel between the two sides. A quarrel would be enough. Even if Lai Junshan could maintain his rationality and swallow his anger, he would not wait for an opportunity to retaliate against the Zhang brothers. He would also think of a way to make the Zhang brothers feel that Lai Junshan had already become a big threat to them. Then he would take the initiative to eliminate Lai Junshan. But Yang Fan did not expect that the two sides would develop to such an intense degree. Lai Junshan actually dared to fight with the Zhang brothers. Even Yang Fan somewhat admired Lai Junshan's courage. Lai Junshan, you are really a man. In fact, Lai Junshan was very clear that the status of him and the Zhang brothers in the eyes of the emperor was different. One was the emperor's favorite concubine, the other was the emperor's watchdog. The difference in status could not be mentioned in the same breath. So when Zhang Tongxiu and the others came to his door and used rude words to drive him away from the mountain, he did not want to fight. Although he had already talked big in front of Yang Fan, he really did not plan on fighting with the Zhang brothers. Even though the Zhang brothers had immediately chased them out like dogs after they went up the mountain, and he had just taken off his robes and happily soaked in the hot spring pool. He hadn't even had time to wet his hair, so he was truly in a sorry state. He looked at the contemptuous and hateful expressions of the Zhang brothers and only fantasized for a moment in his heart. He fantasized that he would fiercely rush up and punch the Zhang brothers' incessant and ridiculing mouths. He would beat the noses of these lowly bastards who relied on their brothers to serve an old woman in bed and make their noses bleed. Just thinking about it like this made Lai Junshan secretly happy. In the end, when he thought of this scene, his hand swung out. He couldn't hold back. Ever since Lai Junshan was banished to Tongzhou, his originally hidden and not very obvious mental abnormalities began to grow stronger. His emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy were often uncontrollable. He never thought that he was sick. In that era, no one defined this state as madness. He just thought that he had always been loyal and devoted to the emperor. Receiving such unfair treatment, his heart was angry and difficult to quell, so his emotions were a bit abnormal. No matter what, this time his outburst was not at the right time. When his fist swung out, he realized something was wrong. In his shock, his fist sank. He didn't hit Zhang Changyi's mouth but his chest. Zhang Tongxiu and the others never thought that Lai Junshan would be so arrogant. They had already reported their identities, and clearly stated that they were invited by the princess to the Dragon Gate hot spring. Lai Junchen, whose status was not as noble as theirs and who originally did not have the right to enjoy this royal hot spring, actually dared to attack them. The enraged Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers immediately fought back. 3 against 1, they beat Lai Junchen into a sorry state. This Lai Junchen was also a lowly person. The more he was beaten, the clearer his mind became and his madness stopped acting up. He didn't believe it was such a coincidence that when he came to the Dragon Gate, Princess Taiping and the Zhang family's disciples also came. Not to mention that Princess Taiping and Yang Fan's scandal was known to everyone. He was sure that all of this was planned by Yang Fan. So Lai Junchen endured the humiliation and didn't fight back. He ran all the way out of the spring palace where he stayed. He angrily cursed at Yang Fan. In the end, he lost his footing and slipped down the hill. When Zhang Tongxiu and the others went to Princess Taiping, the 2 maids had already returned to her side and held her arms. Zhang Tongxiu and the others went to Princess Taiping's side and proudly cupped their hands, saying, "Your Highness, fortunately we didn't disappoint you. Lai Junchen, that disgusting thing, has been driven away. Your Highness, please go up the mountain." Princess Taiping sighed and said, "After all, Lai Junchen is a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Although it's against the rules for him to stay in the spring palace, it's fine to let him leave. There's no need to make such a scene." Zhang Changyi explained, "Your Highness, you don't know. Originally, we were just persuading them to leave with kind words. But we didn't expect that Lai Junchen would be so arrogant. Knowing our identities, he still dared to attack me. I was punched in the chest by him first. Do we still need to be polite to him?" Princess Taiping said worriedly, "Of course I'm not afraid of him. But Lai Junchen is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since young master has offended him, I'm afraid he will harm young master. Young master is standing up for me. How can I feel at ease?" Zhang Changyi looked up to the sky and laughed. He sneered and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about me. Others might be afraid of Lai Junchen, but I'm not." Cui Di couldn't help but say to Yang Fan, "Director Yang was suspended from his post because he tried to stop Lai Junchen from going up the mountain. Now Lai Junchen must think that you sent us here to make trouble for him. Listen, he's still shouting at the foot of the mountain. Every word and sentence is your name. You have to be careful." Yang Fan wasn't angry. He just smiled and replied, "Thank you, young Master Cui, for reminding me. I'll be careful and not let him catch me." Cui Di's punch hit the air. He felt very sad. He wanted to say something more, but Princess Taiping's jade-like face turned cold. She said indifferently, "Let's go up the mountain. Princess, please." Zhang Tongxiu, Hui Fan and the others hurriedly moved to the left and right, protecting Princess Taiping as they went up the mountain. Cui Di saw this and didn't care to bicker with Yang Fan anymore. He wanted to rush over to be her protector. Suddenly, his sleeve was pulled by someone. Cui Di turned his head to look. He saw eldest brother Cui Shi's face was black and terrifyingly dark. His heart couldn't help but shake and he hurriedly slowed his steps. Cui Shi purposely slowed his steps and gradually pulled away from Princess Taiping and the others. He then shouted angrily at Cui Di in a low voice, "Idiot! Stubborn idiot! Yang Fan is the leader of the Xian clan. His status is higher than yours and mine. His power is incomparable. Does he care if the position of an official in the imperial court is big or small, high or low? If you use this to attack him, how can it hurt him at all? It's you and I who are seeking protection everywhere in order to become officials. Once we successfully step into the Shilin world, we will have to cooperate and help Yang Fan. If we offend someone like him for no reason, what benefit is there for the Cui family?" The relationship between the Cui brothers and Yang Fan, using a more modern explanation, was that the 7 wealthy families of the Cui, Lu, Wang, Zheng, and Li families had invested in a company. Yang Fan was the CEO of this company, and the father of the two young masters, Cui Shi and Cui Di, was one of the 7 directors of the company. Just any one of the directors would not be able to touch Yang Fan, and it was even more impossible for these two young masters. But because of this layer of relationship, the two sides had a relatively close relationship. Now that the two brothers Cui Shi and Cui Di had come out to make their way into society, if Yang Fan was willing to take care of them and use his connections and power to make things convenient for the two brothers, it would naturally be beneficial for their development. However, if Cui Di blindly became enemies with Yang Fan, then if Yang Fan didn't want to break off his relationship with Director Cui, he wouldn't do anything detrimental to them because of their rude and provocative words. However, he would have sufficient reason not to give them help and care. Cui Di also understood the logic of what his elder brother said, but he had already made Princess Taiping his prey. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, he couldn't resist the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. Cui Shi saw him raise his head to glance at Princess Taiping's back and couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He said resentfully, "Which eye of Princess Taiping's has taken a fancy to you? The two of them flirted right in front of you, and you couldn't even tell. Jilong, oh Jilong, you are completely blind. If you don't improve, you'd better return to Dingzhou. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be like Lu Binji and become a sinner of the family." Cui Shi finished speaking and left with a wave of his sleeve. Cui Di stood in a daze, looking at his elder brother's back with a blank expression. Chapter 677. The night was deep, the curtains were heavy, and the 4 glazed lamps made the bathing pool in the Spring Palace look magnificent. The round bathing pool with a radius of several feet was made of fine white marble. 4 streams of running water flowed out from the mouths of the 4 copper carps and slowly poured into the pool. Princess Taiping stood at the edge of the pool and gently raised her arms. A gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing floated down to the ground, revealing an enchanting jade body like a snake or a water demon. That pair of slender and perfectly round thighs was just like the legendary mermaids of the East Sea, pink and delicate, moving people's hearts. She untied the extremely gorgeous rose-colored bra, and before the pair of white and tender and firm breasts could be seen a little, she stepped into the bathing pool. Her plump and smooth and firm fragrant snow-white buttocks, in that breathtaking sway, broke the waves and sank a large piece of dazzling snow-white light to the bottom of the water. The hot spring water was slippery, and the steam was dense, wrapping a plump, well-proportioned, and delicate body in it. It was as if she was wrapped in a layer of undergarments made of mist, adding some color to her body. Yang Fan was like a thief, or it could be said that he was a thief now, a flower thief. He leaped over the eaves and vaulted over the walls, passing through the houses and the ridges, until he quietly appeared in Princess Taiping's bathing palace. Yang Fan easily sneaked in. The outer guards, the inner servants, and the palace maids had already been sent away by Princess Taiping. He entered the room very calmly. As the mermaid swayed, Princess Taiping, who was immersed in the hot spring with her eyes slightly closed, came into his sight. A pair of proud and delicate breasts were half floating and half sinking in the water mist. The smooth, fragrant silk was delicate and creamy, a few strands of black hair scattered in the snow-white light, looking especially enchanting. Yang Fan originally wanted to quietly walk over, but suddenly appeared in front of her, which surprised her. Who would have thought that as soon as he reached out to touch the soft gauze curtain, a sweet sound of wind chimes came from the top of the gauze curtain. Yang Fan couldn't help but stop and smiled bitterly. Hearing the bell, Princess Taiping suddenly opened her bright and beautiful eyes. When she saw the familiar figure in the curtain under the light, a bright and happy smile appeared on her face, but her voice revealed a coquettish tone. "Humph! Why are you acting so sneakily? Could it be a thief?" Yang Fan held back his laughter and replied in all seriousness, "I'm not a thief. I'm here to accept a challenge." Princess Taiping's pretty face turned red, and her voice became somewhat vague. What battle? Yang Fan walked forward slowly and pushed aside the curtains. He said leisurely, "This morning I fought with a madman with the surname Lai. This afternoon I fought with a young boy with the surname Chui. As for now," Princess Taiping sat up a little straighter, and her face became redder, but her eyes became brighter and brighter, brighter than the stars in the winter sky. "Now, who are you going to fight?" Yang Fan pushed aside the curtains, and along with the sweet sound of wind chimes, he drove away the layers of mist on the spring. He saw the beauty bathing in the water. As Princess Taiping sat up straight, a pair of snow-white and plump breasts proudly leaped out of the water. Looking at the two bright red spots at the tips, Yang Fan swallowed his saliva subconsciously and murmured with a sigh, "Water of calamity." Very quickly, a strong and masculine male body leaped into the mist-shrouded calamity with a poo-poo sound in a meditation room in Qianxi Temple. Lai Junchen was wrapped in white strips of cloth, lying on the bed like a mummy. Huzelo, Huangfu Zhangbei, and the others surrounded a brazier in front of him. There was no wine or meat in the temple, and Huangpu Zhang did not bring the wine and meat that he had brought with him out of the temple in a hurry. Therefore, the few of them only ate some porridge and flatbread, and held the most humble barbecued tail banquet in history. One of Lai Junchen's legs was propped on a stone pillow, and his upper body was leaning on a pile of bedding. He gritted his teeth and cursed, but the others did not make a sound, and their faces were a little dirty. Lai Junchen's injuries weren't serious. It was just that when he rolled down the mountain and passed by some protruding rocks and shrubs, he was scratched in many places. His injuries weren't serious, but there were a lot of wounds. The leg he used to prop himself up knocked heavily against a large rock. His thigh swelled up, but it wasn't fractured. Wei Suizhong did not know medicine, but seeing that Lai Junchen's body was full of injuries and looked scary, he wrapped him up like a dumpling. Lai Junchen cursed for a long time. He was originally a ruffian, and usually remembered that his status was different now, so he often played the role of a gentleman and pretended to be polite. But now, his politeness has long been swept away, and he was not afraid of the people around him, so he had no scruples and cursed viciously and crudely. But after Lai Junchen cursed for a long time, other than Wei Suizhong, no one made a sound. Lai Junchen was also discouraged, and lay there gloomily, not saying a word. Wei Suizhong picked up a few more pieces of charcoal and put them into the brazier. He watched as the fire grew stronger, and the red light reflected on their faces. Lai Junchen suddenly laughed. Wei Suizhong had long been used to his old superior's temperamental personality, and was not surprised at all. But he still had to ask, and hurriedly said, "Why is the prefectural magistrate laughing?" Lai Junchen said with a sly smile, "Suizhong, what do you think Her Highness is doing on the mountain now?" Lai Junchen's thinking was too jumpy, and Wei Suizhong could not keep up. He replied, "This, I really do not know." Lai Junchen laughed twice and said, "Of course you do not know, but you can guess." Lai Junchen sat up in high spirits and said excitedly, "The princess is either asleep now, or she is still bathing in the hot spring." Wei Suizhong was greatly discouraged, and said with a wry smile, "The prefectural magistrate is wise." Huziruo, Huangfu Zhangbei, and the others secretly looked at each other. Lai Junchen's strange behavior made them somewhat uneasy. Lai Junchen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "But I dare to conclude, whether the princess is asleep now, or bathing in the hot spring, she will not be alone." Lai Junchen looked at everyone strangely, and said, "It is not even two people." "Ha ha ha ha!" Lai Junchen laughed strangely again, and laughed so excitedly that he slapped his thigh, and then immediately cried out in pain. Huangfu Zhangbei's cheek twitched a few times, and said embarrassedly, "It is already late at night, Prefectural Magistrate Lai, please rest early." Lai Junchen waved his hand and continued to enjoy himself. "Everyone is sleeping together. Ha 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 ha! I don't know how Yang Fan is feeling at this moment. Ha 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 ha! Just thinking about it makes me happy." Princess Taiping was indeed asleep at this moment, but there were not many people sleeping together, only two people, a man and a woman. Princess Taiping did not sleep on the pillow, she curled up her body, and rested her head on Yang Fan's strong arm. She spread her beautiful hair on the pillow, and made Yang Fan's pillow towel. She opened her arms and tightly hugged Yang Fan's body, and her legs were tightly intertwined with his, like a vine wrapped around his body. Her beautiful face was still hot after extreme pleasure, and her burning cheeks were tightly nestled against Yang Fan's chest, and listening to his powerful heartbeat, she was incomparably satisfied. Ever since her husband was sent to prison by her mother and starved to his last breath in prison, she was no longer an ordinary woman. She no longer regarded serving her husband and educating her children as a woman's only mission in life. However, she still longed for love and comfort, and Yang Fan was the harbor where her feelings poured out. Only when she was naked, lying in his arms, containing him, absorbing him, and completely integrated with him, she was not a princess, not a wife, not a mother, not a politician who was determined to restore Li Tang's power. At this moment she was just a woman, a pure, little woman. In the early morning, Yang Fan opened his eyes, and subconsciously touched his side. The little devil who had been nestling in his arms all night was no longer there. Princess Taiping got up earlier than him, which surprised Yang Fan a little. A smart woman only wanted to show her most beautiful side to the man she loved. Perhaps in Yang Fan's eyes, a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and rosy cheeks, who had just woken up from thirst had a special taste, but Princess Taiping didn't think so. After she became Yang Fan's woman, she paid special attention to this point. Therefore, she got up early before Yang Fan. When Yang Fan opened his eyes, she appeared as if she had been there for a long time. The temperature in the hot spring palace was very high, and the surface temperature here was completely different from that in other places. Vegetables and fruits could be grown in a shed here, which showed the temperature here. In order to dehumidify the palace, several braziers were lit, so the temperature inside was even higher. Therefore, Taiping's clothes were gorgeous but simple. She wore a narrow-sleeved muslin shirt and a long skirt. Under the thin muslin shirt, her plump breasts were wrapped in a tight, strapless hezi. The attractive cleavage was deep, and the high and deep breasts outlined the hot curves. "You're awake." Taiping smiled sweetly, and her eyes were bright and full of spirit. Her white and rosy face was like a cabbage that had just been watered by the spring rain, and it was so fresh and tender that water would come out of it if you pinched it. Seeing Yang Fan's amazed and appreciative eyes, Taiping was satisfied, knowing that this morning's effort was not in vain. She was like the most virtuous and gentle wife, waiting on Yang Fan to get up and helping him put on his underwear. The green salt for rinsing his mouth was prepared. The toothbrush was made of ivory, which was not the kind of crude products made by Ma Qiao's family. It was made of pearl powder, honey, ginseng, lotus root powder, almonds, and dang kernels. Yang Fan really enjoyed it. Needless to say, after using it, his face became as smooth as jade, elastic and tight. The effect was indeed excellent. Yang Fan began to think about how to get some for Xiao Man and Ah Nu as gifts for the Shangyuan festival. Things that could make women more beautiful were more attractive than jewelry. Princess Taiping did not want two personal maids to serve her. She could not do anything about Waner, Xiao Man, and Ah Nu. But if she let other women touch her man, she would really be jealous. She personally waited on Yang Fan to brush his teeth, wash his face, and comb his hair. Looking at the handsome and free look of her Lang Jun, she happily held his arm and said, "Lang Jun, eat breakfast with me." Outside the Jade Spring Palace where Princess Taiping resided, Cui Di was slowly strolling in the snowy forest. He deliberately dressed rather lightly, which made his tall stature look even more like a jade tree in the wind. However, the leaves of this jade tree were a little green. He thought about his eldest brother's words for half a night, and finally came to a conclusion. Eldest brother probably has a little interest in the princess, so he wants me to quit. He had to fight for the opportunity himself. So far, the princess really did not pay much attention to him. That was because there were too many excellent men around Her Highness. He thought that a chance encounter might make him the guest of this beautiful Luoyang peony. So, Cui Di was not happy. Chapter 678. Breakfast was relatively simple. There was fragrant jade japonica chicken porridge in a casserole, and a white porcelain plate made from yew kiln was filled with lush green vegetables. This was picked early in the morning from the royal vegetable shed, and was a privilege that only Her Royal Highness the Princess could enjoy. There were all kinds of small pastries on a mysterious porcelain plate that was as lustrous as ice. There were also steamed cakes that had just come out of the oven early in the morning, and then there were salted deer jerky, red worm jerky stirring, boiling, roasting, broiling, scalding, stir-frying, deep-frying, steaming, preserved, marinated, and gutted. The quantity of each dish was not much, and each dish was served on a small plate, but the variety of dishes included all of the above cooking methods. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they were also very beautiful. They were served in exquisite porcelain, and it stimulated one's appetite. Yang Fan ate with great relish. He had been concentrating on finishing the food on the plate, so when he was half full, he realized that Princess Taiping had unknowingly put down her jade chopstick. She rested her chin on one hand, and looked at him with great interest as he ate. Yang Fan had a mouthful of food in his mouth and asked vaguely, "What's wrong?" Princess Taiping shook her head. "Nothing, I just like watching you eat." Listening to her tender words, like the fragrance of her body, slowly seeped into his heart. The bowl of jade japonica chicken porridge in his hand seemed to taste even more delicious. When he was 80% full, Yang Fan picked up a white silk handkerchief and gently wiped his mouth. Yang Fan had been by Curly Beard's side since he was a child, so he was naturally familiar with the knowledge of keeping fit and nourishing his body. The maid served them a bowl of clear soup, which was made from stone fungus, stone hair, stone thread, seaweed, deer horn stew, smallpox mushroom, and other fresh ingredients. Yang Fan stirred the soup with a spoon from time to time, took a sip of the fresh, cold, and delicious soup, and said indifferently, "Although the positions of these people who followed you up the mountain are not very high, they all hold important positions. Among them, the Zhang brothers are definitely not your people. As for the others, they should all be your people. You are really amazing to be able to recruit so many young talents." Princess Taiping smiled and shook her head. "No. Gao Jian is my man, Zhang Shua is not. This man is very talented, I really want to recruit him into my school." He and Gao Jian had always been friends. This time, Gao Jian had invited him over as a test. As for the Cui brothers, Princess Taiping thought for a while and said, "They have just joined my sect, so they don't know how strong I am. It's just that I have a say in front of the Queen Mother, so they asked me to join their sect. I'm still observing them. If they are talented, there's no harm in grooming them." "Oh? What's up with that monk?" Yang Fan's tone seemed careless, but it sounded like he was interrogating. The smile on Princess Taiping's face grew wider. Ever since Xuanzang came back from the Buddhist scriptures, the influence of Buddhism has been vaguely on par with Taoism. Taoism is the national religion of the Li Tang, and it is inextricably linked with the Li family. In order to curb Taoism, the Queen Mother has vigorously cultivated Buddhism. Now the influence of Buddhism has leaped above Taoism. Hui Fan has a very high position in Buddhism. If I can get his support at a critical moment, there will be a large number of believers on my side. These believers are not all common people. Among them, there are officials, generals, and soldiers. Is it not worth making friends with such people? After Princess Taiping finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Fan with a faint smile and said, "I have told you everything. Do you have any more questions?" Yang Fan touched his nose and said sourly, "It sounds like it has nothing to do with personal matters. But why do I see people approaching you not to be your disciple, but but to worship under your skirt. Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course. I am a beauty. How can I be afraid that no one admires me?" Yang Fan said, that's right. A pregnant woman with heavenly beauty and 6 months of pregnancy, it really makes people drool." Princess Taiping was overjoyed, she giggled and fell on the table. After laughing for a long time, she picked up an amber porcelain bottle and handed it to Yang Fan while panting and laughing, saying, "Here." Yang Fan said, "What is this?" Princess Taiping said, "This is vinegar. Since you like to be jealous so much, you might as well pour more." Yang Fan's handsome face tensed up. After a while, he could not help but burst out laughing. While chatting and laughing, they finished a bowl of 10 miles soup. The maid took away the food and brought up a plate of sliced cucumbers. Originally, Princess Taiping was the Empress's most beloved daughter, so he was not afraid that he would not be able to repay her for plucking 2 golden peaches. However, the golden peach tree that was carefully tended to did not bear many fruits this year. It was estimated that the number of ripe peaches that could be offered to the Empress during the Shangyuan festival would be very few. Moreover, Yang Fan had stolen the peaches and plucked a few for his wife and children to taste. Shui Tangqing dared not offer the princess any more. The cucumbers were already cut and stuck with toothpick. Princess Taiping picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She said to Yang Fan, "Lang Jun, please be patient and stay here for a few days. Just treat it as a self-cultivation. You don't have to worry too much about Lai Junshin. I will inform Tang Xiaoxiao and ask her to take care of you. As for Lai Junshin, he did not dare to involve you in Lu Sili's case this time, so he can't do anything to you for a while. Before he returns to the 3-law division, he does not have many ways to deal with you." Yang Fan said, "My future is not urgent. The most important thing for you now is to consolidate and expand the benefits we have gained in the court and the southern border. In 3 years at most, help the officials who are loyal to Li Tang to consolidate their positions. At the same time, gradually transfer some important people to the central and key positions." Princess Taiping said, "I know. This matter can only be done slowly and cannot be rushed. However, the Empress has always kept a close eye on the military power. Not to mention the northern Yamen, even the southern Yamen has little military power in the hands of the Prime Minister. Almost all the generals are surnamed Wu. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to put someone in there, and it is easy to arouse the Empress's vigilance." As she spoke, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. She said worriedly, "But once the future changes, I am afraid it will not work if there are no soldiers." Yang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. He asked hurriedly, "If there are any changes in the future, how do you think it is most likely to change the world?" Princess Taiping thought for a moment and slowly answered, "The succession of the throne and the change of the regime. If it is not through legal succession or one country replacing another, it is natural that the palace coup is the most common. Wuzhou is said to be a country, but in fact, people still regard it as a part of Li Tang. Therefore, the Empress replaced the Tang with Zhou, and the generals who have a large number of troops do not rebel. If one day we can restore Li Tang, they will not rebel either. Moreover, it is most beneficial for the country and the people to control martial arts, avoid killing, and return the power to Li Tang through the palace coup." Yang Fan said, "That's right. The Empress is the most concerned about the military power. We have spent a lot of effort to install civil officials in the imperial court. This time, if it was not for the sudden appearance of a large number of vacancies in the southern border, and the imperial court did not have time to investigate one by one, we would not be able to occupy so many seats. If we want to get involved in the military power, it is even more difficult. Even if there are a large number of vacancies, we can only fill them from the bottom to the top. We will not put a large number of scholars who have never been soldiers or fought in the war into the military to be generals. But if we really want the Wu family to hand over their power without bloodshed, they will not agree. The palace coup is the most likely thing to happen in the future, so military power is also very important. Yang Fan stood up and slowly paced around the room. He said in a deep voice, "So, we only need to have a group of people that can be mobilized in the most critical places. We do not need too many people. Even if it is only 1,000 or a few hundred people, as long as we use them properly, we can still change the situation." Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. "You mean, if we can't interfere with the upper levels, we can grab the lower levels, a captain or even a brigade commander?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. If we install some people in these positions or recruit some people, it will not cause the Empress and the Wu family to be vigilant. But at the critical moment, these few hundred people are enough to decide the ownership of the dynasty." "That's right." Princess Taiping was so happy that she forgot herself. She suddenly jumped up and hugged Yang Fan. She kissed his face and left a bright red lipstick mark. "I can't just focus on recruiting civil officials. They can plan strategies before the success, and after the success, they can govern the country. But if we want to succeed, we still need martial people. Martial power is the key to change the world. Abandon the upper levels and go to the lower levels. Recruit those lower-level officers." "Good idea. It is really a good idea." The more Princess Taiping thought about it, the brighter her heart became. But after thinking about it carefully, she could not help but feel embarrassed. "But how can we recruit them? I have never thought about this before. My subordinates are all scholars, so I don't know where to start. If I rashly send people to contact them, once the slightest information is leaked, it will be a disaster." Yang Fan grabbed the silk handkerchief and wiped the lipstick mark on his face. Looking at her worried look, he could not help but laugh. "Why are you so anxious? I don't want you to start immediately. This matter can be planned slowly." Princess Taiping shook her head and said, "The Mother Empress is old. We do not know when she will. Once there is a change, it will be a matter of life and death. How can I not be anxious? I did not think about it before. Now that I have thought about it, I have to make arrangements as early as possible. It is not a matter of a day to rope them in. There is no time to cram at the last minute." Princess Taiping's voice suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Fan with a thoughtful face. Yang Fan wiped his face and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Haven't you wiped it clean? Come, help me wipe it." Princess Taiping took the silk handkerchief from Yang Fan's hand and suddenly threw it outside. She cheered and jumped into his arms again. Yang Fan was a little embarrassed and looked at the two beautiful maids who pretended not to see them at the entrance of the hall. He whispered in Princess Taiping's ear, "Be careful in front of outsiders." Princess Taiping spat and left a bright red lipstick mark on Yang Fan's cheek that had just been wiped clean. She said happily, "I know it is you. No one is more suitable than you." Yang Fan was stunned. "Me? Me what?" Princess Taiping said, "You are a soldier, moreover, you have made great contributions in the army, you have served as a general, you have a lot of friends in the army, especially the Yulin Royal Guards, especially the 100 horsemen stationed at the Black Tortoise Gate, you have friends in all of them. There is no one more suitable than you in this world." Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. "Me?" Princess Taiping nodded hard. "Yes, it is you." Yang Fan said hesitantly, "I am afraid. Am I suitable? Will the Emperor transfer me back to the army? I think." Princess Taiping patted her chest hard, and her breasts suddenly surged. "Leave this matter to me. I will go to the Mother Queen as soon as I return to the city. Just wait for my good news." When Yang Fan walked out of the Jade Spring Palace, he was in a trance and even forgot to wipe the bright red lips on his face. "I, the leader of the Xianzong clan, was transferred back to the army? It will be inconvenient for me to contact my subordinates in the future. I have really shot myself in the foot." But how could he refuse? Could he say that he liked the job of guarding the mountain spring, growing vegetables and raising horses? In the forest, Cui Di held a tall pine tree and looked at Yang Fan, who walked out of the Jade Spring Palace in a daze. He walked out from inside, early in the morning, and he walked out from the Princess Palace. Then last night, young Master Chui's heart was broken. On top of the pine tree, a cute little squirrel stretched out its claws and tried its best to pull. Under its unremitting efforts, the big pine that weighed 4 to 5 kilograms finally fell from the sky like a ripe melon falling off a stalk of pedicel. Bang! Young Master Cui did not say anything and smashed into the snow. The pine cone made a big hole next to his hand and sank into the snow. The little squirrel squatted on the treetop and stared at the spot where the pine cone landed with its big round eyes. It then looked at the human's snow-covered palm and wagged its tail indignantly before running away. Chapter 679. Princess Taiping stayed in the Dragon Gate for 2 days and spent a sweet holiday with Yang Fan. Cui Di completely gave up. He persistently swayed back and forth in front of the princess, showing off his literary talent, showing off his elegant demeanor, but in the end he did not win the princess's favor. On the contrary, Princess Taiping's patience was exhausted, and she showed a clear disgust toward him. Cui Di was discouraged, and the thought that made his heart run like a monkey and gallop like a galloping horse did not resurface. In the past 2 days, Lai Junchen and Wei Suizhong, who had left in a sorry state, had spread the rumor that Princess Taiping had invited many dissolute scholars, handsome young men, and even an elegant and refined monk to the Dragon Gate, where they would fool around and bathe in the river of love. In view of the dissolute traditional style of Tang princesses, especially seducing their families, the princess had already set an example for them. This kind of love affair was immediately recognized and spread by the common people. It became a topic of conversation during the Spring Festival. Even the fact that Princess Taiping was several months pregnant could not stop the spread of this rumor. Zhang Shua had been in the Dragon Gate for 2 days. He had been persuaded by his good friend Gao Jian to join the Taiping sect. But as soon as he returned to the city, he heard these rumors and immediately gave up the idea of joining the Taiping sect. He had been in the Dragon Gate for a few days and naturally knew that these rumors were not true. But gossip was a fearful thing. He was a gentleman who cherished his reputation very much. How could he ruin his own reputation? But he did not want to offend Princess Taiping. He just made up his mind to have less contact with her in the future. Princess Taiping knew nothing about his plan. From the news from Gao Jian, she thought that this trip to the Dragon Gate had successfully touched the scholar's heart, and it was very likely that she could win him over. After Princess Taiping left the Dragon Gate, she immediately went to the palace to persuade the emperor for her Longjuan's return to the military camp. It had been a long time since the Han and Jin dynasties that the aristocratic families worked together to pressure the imperial power for common interests. But no aristocratic family had set up a special organization for this. If he revealed the existence of this organization to a member of the royal family, it would undoubtedly be the stupidest thing to do, even if this member of the royal family had the closest relationship with him. Therefore, Yang Fan would not tell Princess Taiping about the existence of the succession hall and his role in the succession hall. In this way, he had no reason to refuse Princess Taiping's suggestion. Was he willing to grow vegetables in the mountains? This was illogical. He had been working hard to bring back Li Tang, but now he refused to return to the army. This was also illogical. Therefore, at least in the eyes of Princess Taiping, her husband readily agreed. At this moment, Wu Zetian, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were admiring the plum blossoms in the Flying Fragrance Hall. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi stood on the left and right of Wu Zetian, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. They were talking to each other tenderly and affectionately. "Your Majesty, what's so ridiculous about this? Since ancient times, men have been in charge of the world, and women are dependent on men. Naturally, there is no such thing as a man asking a woman for a title. But Your Majesty, you are different. You are the empress, the only female empress in the world since ancient times. Yes, men can have more than one wife and 4 concubines. Your Majesty, as the empress, why can't you? If your Majesty gives us a title, it will also shut the mouths of those ministers, so that they will not always talk nonsense in front of your Majesty. We don't need to be so sneaky and secretive. After Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, the 2 brothers, especially favored Empress Wu Zetian. No matter what request they had, the Empress would not refuse them. The 2 brothers became more and more greedy. At this moment, they were bewitching Wu Zetian to give them an official title, which was Empress and Imperial Concubine. Men asking women for a title? Men to be Empress and Imperial Concubine? When Wu Zetian first heard this request, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She only felt that these 2 little lovers were very interesting. They could actually make such a ridiculous request. But under the soft pleading of the 2, Wu Zetian thought carefully and really felt that it was not impossible. It is the first time for me to become the Empress as a woman. Naturally, there is no precedent. Since I am the Empress, why can't I concubine and concubine? Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi saw that the Empress seemed to be thinking and seemed to be moved. They were overjoyed and wanted to act coquettishly and strike while the iron was hot. Suddenly, Eunuch Hai rushed forward and bowed to report, "Your Majesty, Princess Taiping has entered the palace and wants to see your Majesty." Wu Zetian let go of a plum blossom and looked back to ask, "Where is she?" "She is waiting outside the palace." "Let her come in." After Wu Zetian said, she walked into the flying fragrance hall. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi hurriedly chased after her. Zhang Yizhi said, "Your Majesty, what Yizhi said just now." Wu Zetian said, "You 2 stay away for a while. This matter, let me think about it carefully and then make a conclusion." Zhang Changzong said, "Your Majesty, if I have a title, I can accompany your Majesty openly now. You don't need to hide to the side, right? I hope your Majesty will agree." After saying that, the 2 brothers hid behind the curtain together. After Princess Taiping returned to the city, she didn't even go home, so she was still wearing that snow-white fur robe. Princess Taiping slowly walked into the flying fragrance hall. When she saw Wu Zetian, she happily said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. Mother, are you well?" "Good, good, good. Your mother is very good. Look at your big belly. You should stay in the mansion and take care of your pregnancy. Don't walk around. Mother, your daughter's body has always been strong. It's not like you don't know. Besides, your daughter is a woman who has given birth to a child. Mother doesn't need to worry." Princess Taiping said. She took the dragon head crutch from Wu Zetian's hand and gave it to a palace maid. She helped her mother to sit down in front of a bed. Wu Zetian smiled and glanced at her. She said, "This girl, since you came to the palace, you must have something to tell your mother. Well, don't rack your brain on how to talk to your mother in a roundabout way. What's the matter with you this time?" Princess Taiping giggled and said, "Whatever idea your daughter has, I can't hide it from Ah Mu." Wu Zetian snorted and said, "I know you have something to say. Say it." Princess Taiping hugged her arm and begged, "Mother, can you issue an edict to transfer Yang Fan back to the army?" Wu Zetian's eyes sharpened. She said in a deep voice, "Did he ask you to come and beg me?" "No." Princess Taiping said, "I felt sorry for him. That's why I wanted to ask Mother to show mercy and let him go." How could Wu Zetian believe him? She harumphed and said, "I trust him, that's why I sent him to the Ministry of Personnel. Look at him. Not only did he mess up the job, he even gave others a handle on him. Even I lost face because of him. According to my temperament, if he wasn't Yang Fan, would I let him go easily? Now I just asked him to go to the Dragon Gate to reflect on his mistake. But he is not satisfied? He even begged you." Princess Taiping said, "It really wasn't his idea. His mother's punishment of Yang Fan was also a painstaking effort to groom him. Yang Fan knew that it was Mother's good intention. So he gladly endured it and stayed at the Dragon Gate these days. But Lai Junchen was not satisfied. He wanted to find trouble with him. Wu Zetian was surprised. Why did Lai Junchen come into this? Princess Taiping said, Mother, you know that Lai Junchen and Yang Fan have a grudge. Lai Junchen was reinstated and was put in an important position by Mother. But Yang Fan was banished from the Dragon Gate. How could Lai Junchen not show off his power to him? Lai Junchen wanted to taunt Yang Fan by holding the roast tail banquet at the Dragon Gate. Coincidentally, my daughter invited a few good friends, including the three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, as well as Reverend Huifan and young Master Cui Shi to the Dragon Gate. It was against the rules for Lai Junchen to stay in the Dragon Gate, and he invited his friends and occupied the palace. Zhang Tongxiu and the others wanted him to leave, but Lai Junchen refused. Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong was shocked when he heard this. He whispered to Zhang Yizhi, How did second brother, eighth brother and ninth brother offend Lai Junchen? Zhang Yizhi's face darkened. He snorted, Lai Junchen is too arrogant. He doesn't even care about our Zhang family. Outside, Princess Taiping told the story and said to Wu Zetian, Lai Junchen lost face and blamed Yang Fan. Mother appointed Lai Junchen as the Assistant Minister of Agriculture. He is Yang Fan's immediate superior. How could he let it go? He will definitely find trouble with Yang Fan. Wu Zetian frowned and said, If he is innocent, even if Lai Junchen wants to scheme against him, what can he do? Princess Taiping said coquettishly, He can't stand people who are nitpicky. Mother transferred him back to the army. They are in different positions. It won't be easy for Lai Junchen to find trouble with him. If Mother still wants to punish him, then Mother can transfer him to his place and suffer some hardship. Isn't that the same? Princess Taiping saw that the Empress did not want to transfer Yang Fan, so she took the initiative to give her a ladder. Anyway, she was in the capital. Even if Yang Fan was transferred to another place, it would only be temporary. After the storm had passed, she could transfer him back. With this roundabout way, it would not be easy for people to suspect that she coveted the military power. Wu Zetian said unhappily, Daughter, you and him. His preposterous things, I won't care about you. But if you use this relationship to interfere in the affairs of the country, it is not appropriate. The civil and military positions are the public weapons of the country. How can they be privately transferred? Princess Taiping said, This can't be considered as giving and receiving in private. Yang Fan had made illustrious military exploits for the imperial court. Mother often says to make the best use of people. In my opinion, it is better for Yang Fan to go to the army, where he can show his talent. In the Yamen, those officials are always scheming and deceiving each other. How could Yang Fan, with his straightforward and frank temperament, do that? Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong said cheerfully, Fortunately, there is Yang Fan to block the disaster. Otherwise, we will provoke that mad dog. Zhang Yizhi said with a gloomy face, I am afraid it is not that simple. In a while, tell His Majesty that we brothers will go out of the palace and ask second brother about it. Lai Junchen is a sinister poisonous snake. We must be careful. Zhang Changzong had no idea. Since Zhang Yizhi said so, Zhang Changzong agreed. Outside, Wu Zetian was pestered by her daughter. She had no choice but to say, Okay, I know. Let me think about this matter carefully and then make a decision. Princess Taiping saw that although her mother didn't agree immediately, she didn't say anything definite and even left some leeway. She didn't want to pester her anymore, so she obediently agreed and started to talk about daily life. With a few words, Wu Zetian's face was filled with happiness. At this moment, the eunuch Shao Hai tiptoed in. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Master of White Horse Temple asks for an audience. Chapter 680. Wu Zetian inadvertently furrowed her brows and asked, What is he doing here? Little Hai said, Great Master Huai has already arranged the Grand Assembly for the Upper Lantern Festival. He has come to invite your Majesty to attend the assembly on the Upper Lantern Festival. Ever since Wu Zetian had imperial physicianship, she had gradually drifted away from Xue Huai. Perhaps it was because she was getting on in years, but she gradually lost interest in Xue Huai's sturdy physique. She started to like gentle and refined men. When she had the Zhang brothers, the youthful air of the young men attracted her even more. For an old woman past her prime, stroking the smooth and supple skin of a young man, looking at their young and tender expressions, it was as if she could obtain some of the vitality of youth. As for Xue Huai, she only felt that he was unbearably vulgar and avoided him like the plague. However, Xue Huai was still a man who had shared a bed with her for more than 10 years. She had always felt a bit guilty about her change of heart, so she was afraid to see Xue Huai. But Xue Huai's unwillingness to fail had gradually caused her to loathe him. Now, when she heard Xue Huai's name, she unconsciously furrowed her brows. I know. Wu Zetian agreed, but she knew that such a sentence would not be enough to dismiss Xue Huai. After a moment of silence, she said, We are busy with state affairs. We still have to meet with foreign envoys, relatives of the emperor, and civil and military officials during the Upper Lantern Festival. I'm afraid we won't have time to attend the assembly. Tell him that if we have time, we will definitely go and take a look. Yes. Little Hai agreed and retreated. After a moment, she turned back and reported, Your Majesty, Great Master Huai said that this assembly is specially held to pray for your Majesty. He asks that your Majesty must attend the assembly. We know. Wu Zetian's tone was filled with impatience. She suddenly stood up, but then she realized that she had lost her composure. She gathered the corner of her clothes and slowly sat down. She took a deep breath and said, Fine. Tell Teacher Xue that we will go to White Horse Temple at that time. Princess Taiping sat to the side and keenly sensed the change in the Mother Empress' attitude towards Xue Huai. She thought, Xue Huai's falling out of favor is inevitable. She had always hated Xue Huai, not only because he was arrogant and despotic, but also because he was rude to her. Actually, before this, Xue Huai had already caused her to detest him greatly, because if one were to investigate the cause of her husband Xue Xiao's death, it would have something to do with Xue Huai. Back then, in order to give Feng Xiaobao, who was selling medicine on the streets, a noble background, Wu Zetian forced Xue Xiao to recognize Feng Xiaobao as his uncle. She also changed his name to Xue Huai and entered his name into the Xue family's genealogy. This matter was seen as a great humiliation by the Xue family. This was also an important reason why Xue Xiao's 2 brothers had participated in Li Tang's anti-martial activities. In the end, the rebellion failed and Xue Lv's 2 elder brothers were killed. Xue Xiao was also implicated and starved to death in prison. Although all of this was arranged by Wu Zetian and not Xue Huai's idea, she still detested Xue Huai. However, looking at him now, she felt that Xue Huai was very cute. Xue Huai was domineering, reckless, and rude, but he had no political ambitions. Although he was disagreeable, he did not cause great harm. The Zhang brothers were different. They were rapidly strengthening their political power. This time, because of Lu Sili's rebellion, there were some vacancies in the court that had appeared, and it was the people of the Zhang family who filled the most of the vacancies. Although Princess Taiping looked down on the Zhang brothers from the bottom of her heart because of their status as gigolos, she also knew that if the Zhang brothers were allowed to develop like this, the Zhang brothers would become great harm. However, the Zhang brothers were the Queen Mother's treasures. They were the Queen Mother's exclusive property, and at the same time, they were the Queen Mother's reverse scale. They could not be offended. Little Hai went out for a walk and then came back. He said slowly, Grand Master Huai said, He still has many details of the Great Assembly that he wants to discuss with your Majesty. He asks for your Majesty's permission to see him. Hearing this, Princess Taiping frowned slightly. This Xuehuai is too blind. This kind of entanglement will only make the Queen Mother sick of him. Why bother? As expected, Wu Zetian's expression darkened. She waved her sleeve and said in a low voice, "Just say that I am chatting with my daughter. Regarding the Great Assembly, tell him to arrange it himself and be fully responsible for it." Little Hai also saw that the Empress's patience was about to reach its end. She did not dare to say anything more and quickly retreated. Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong said worriedly, "Fifth brother, Xuehuai has not given up. He still wants to invite the Emperor's favor." Zhang Yizhi laughed coldly and whispered in his ear, "When the time comes we will also go. We definitely cannot give the Emperor a chance to be alone with him." Zhang Changzong understood immediately and nodded happily. "Not only that, but we also have to show off in front of him. He wants to use the Great Assembly to invite the Emperor's favor again, so we will make him look bad." The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. The Tang dynasty's holidays around the Spring Festival were 7 days of the winter solstice, 7 days of the Spring Festival, and 3 days of the First Lantern Festival. Now that the Lantern Festival was around the corner, the Yamen was once again busy preparing the seals and paste to seal the seal. When Yang Fan entered the city, there were still some places in the city where firecrackers were set off sporadically. From time to time, a few crisp crackling sounds could be heard. The streets were clean, and the peach talismans posted in front of every house were as bright as new. The solemn and festive atmosphere was still there. Although the Lantern Festival was only a 3-day holiday, for the Tangs, it was a festival that was more important than the winter solstice and the spring festival. These 3 days were the real carnival, and the whole city was celebrating. Some people had already hung up all kinds of colorful lanterns. Everywhere, colorful canopies and lantern festivals were being built. Yang Fan walked along Ding Ding Long Street, but he did not see the huge lantern tree that was over 100 feet tall. With Xuehuai's desire to be in the limelight, his lantern tree should be getting bigger and bigger every year. This year, White Horse Temple did not build a lantern tree on the long street because Xuehuai was busy organizing a grand Dharma conference with White Horse Temple as the main battlefield. He did not have time to care about this place. However, at the end of the long street stood a huge iron pillar. Behind the pillar, the words Ming Tang and Heaven reflected each other. Without the obstruction of the huge lantern tree, it looked even more magnificent. Yang Fan first went to Sinong Temple. Lai Junchen was not there. He was busy in Luoyang's Yamen. As it was the Spring Festival, people were busy with fire prevention, security maintenance, and all kinds of things. As the capital governor, Lai Junchen had to worry about these things. He did not have time to sit in Sinong Temple. Tang Xiaoxiao was in the Yamen. All kinds of daily offerings of the royal family and all kinds of materials needed for the Lantern Festival for 3 days had been prepared and handed over to the Ministry of Finance. He had just put the big seal in the box and sealed it when Yang Fan arrived. The finance minister had never dared to neglect this insignificant supervisor, especially when he heard that Lai Junchen had suffered a setback at the Dragon Gate. When he saw Yang Fan, he beamed with joy and was very friendly. The two of them exchanged a bunch of auspicious words for the new year before they sat down and dismissed the people around them. They expressed their deep concern and sympathy for Yang Fan's temporary suspension, but as for when he could be reinstated and whether or not the alleged embezzlement of food had been found out, the Minister of Finance's answer was extremely smooth and flawless. He did not want to offend Yang Fan, but he did not dare to offend Lai Junchen. How could he express his opinion on this matter? Yang Fan did not care. He came with the attitude that an official should have. Tang Sinong was playing Tai Chi with him. Yang Fan was too lazy to fight back. Since he could not get an answer, he could go home and wait for news. However, since he came to Sinong Temple, there were other big yamen not far away. He could not go to other places, but he had to visit the Ministry of Justice. He wanted to greet Chen Dong, Sun Yuxuan, and several other colleagues for the Spring Festival. Yang Fan left Sinong Temple and went straight to the Ministry of Justice. Halfway there, a man in a green robe suddenly came out of the censorate. Yang Fan did not care, but the man saw him clearly. He was startled at first, but then he took 2 steps to the side and bowed to him. "Greetings, Director Yang." Since he was bowing, he could not ignore him. According to the rules, when a low-ranking official saw a high-ranking official, he had to bow to the west first, and the high-ranking official bowed to the east. Yang Fan stood to the east and raised his hands. Before he could return the bow, he cried out involuntarily, "Prime Minister Li." The man in front of him had white hair and wore a dark green official robe. There was no embroidery on the robe, nor was there a small flower about an inch long. He was an 8th-ranked official. So when Yang Fan saw him coming out of the censorate, he did not pay him any attention. In his memory, he did not have such a friend in the censorate. But he did not expect to meet Li Zhaoda here. Li Zhaoda's hair was white. After this blow, the wrinkles on his face became even thicker. Hearing Yang Fan's way of addressing him, Li Zhaoda's lips curled into a bitter smile. "This lowly official is only a supervising censorate. I do not deserve to be addressed as such by Director Yang." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but smile bitterly. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Li Zhaoda sincerely said, "Erlang is so young. Do not take these setbacks to heart. There's still a long way to go." As a supervising censorate, Li Zhaoda was only an 8th-ranked official. But the censorate was divided into hundreds of officials. He patrolled the prefectures and counties. He was in charge of the prison, the military, the sacrificial rites, the camp, the treasury. He was in charge of everything. The internal and external officials included their immediate superiors. Other than the emperor himself, there was no one he could not sue. But although Yang Fan was a 6th-ranked official, he was in charge of, there was no need to mention it. So Li Zhaoda saw that he was silent and thought that he was even more disheartened than himself. He could not help but cheer him up. Yang Fan secretly laughed bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder's advice, this junior will remember it." There was no way to talk about this official position. In terms of official position, this former prime minister was several ranks lower than him. He could only talk about age. Yang Fan said, "The Shangyuan is coming soon. All the government offices are sealing and preparing for the holiday. Li Gong looks like he is in a hurry. Where are you going?" Li Zhaoda smiled faintly and said, "I am under the orders of the Imperial Censorate to deliver an official letter to the Ministry of Justice." Yang Fan said in his heart, "Li Zhaoda is already so old, plus he used to be the Prime Minister. Now that he is demoted to the Censorate, it is reasonable to say that his colleagues should pay more attention to this old Prime Minister's former superior. Seeing that it is going to be a holiday, I am afraid some of the officials have already slipped away and gone home for the holidays. Now they have to trouble this old Prime Minister to run errands. Ai. There are many people who were humiliated by him. Now finally." Yang Fan thought for a while and said, "Junior is going to the Ministry of Justice to pay a visit to several friends. Li Gong, there is no harm in coming with us." The 2 of them walked side by side toward the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan and the 2 imperial bodyguards who were disguised as servants retreated far away. The 2 of them chatted along the way until they arrived at the main gate of the Qiuguan Yamen. Before they reached the gate, they saw a man kneeling in front of the gate. The man was wearing heavy mourning clothes, kneeling upright on the ground. There were many people going in and out of the Yamen, but each and every one of them treated him as if he was invisible and turned a blind eye to him. The snow in this area was swept clean, but the weather was cold and the ground was especially cold. The man was wearing mourning clothes, but his clothes were not thick. Kneeling there, his body seemed to be stiff. Yang Fan and Li Zhaoda looked at each other in surprise and unconsciously quickened their pace. Chapter 681. When Yang Fan was still a dozen steps away from the Ministry of Justice, a man dressed in the uniform of the Ministry of Justice quickly came to greet him. He said respectfully, "Oh, Yang Langzhong, you have a new life, and your longevity has been extended. On New Year's Eve, I went to Langzhong's mansion to pay my respects. Unfortunately, Langzhong was not there. I heard that the whole family went to Longmen Mountain to celebrate the new year." Haha, unique, unique. This man was the head of the Ministry of Justice's torture chamber, Yuan Han. It was Yang Fan who had promoted him from deputy head. Moreover, he had heard about Lai Junshan's setback at Longmen Mountain. He did not believe that this young Tang Jian Yang would spend the rest of his life growing wild vegetables on Longmen Mountain. There were many officials in the court who had fallen and fallen. As long as they had the opportunity, they would still be court officials dressed in red and purple. No matter how hard he worked, he was destined to be an official. He still had to curry favor with him. Yang Fan smiled and returned the greeting. He said a few auspicious words for the new year, then pointed to the door and asked, "Head Yuan, who is this person? Why is he kneeling in the Ministry of Justice?" Hearing his question, the smile on Yuan Han's face immediately disappeared. He sighed heavily and said in a low voice, "That person is Fan Sixing's son. Yang Fan used to be the Minister of Justice. At that time, he had officials at various levels, such as the Minister-Counselor, Manager, and Clerk. Even if they were not familiar with each other, they had at least met each other and knew each other's names. Fan Sixing was an official in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison. He had met Yang Fan once. Yang Fan was surprised. What happened to Fan Sixing? Why is his son like this? What does he want? Yuan Han looked at the little old man standing next to Yang Fan. Of course, he had heard of the great name of the dignified Prime Minister Li, but he had never seen him before. Yang Fan understood and said, "There is no harm in saying it. This elder is not an outsider." Yuan Han was relieved and said, "It's all because of Lai Junshan." Lai Junshan investigated the case of Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao's rebellion and arrested a large number of officials and gentry. Because Shu Lianyao was originally a military officer in the Luoyang prefecture, Lai Junshan was worried that some acquaintances would help him collude with the information, so he detained the criminals in our Ministry of Justice's prison. Although Yuan Han was a minor official, he knew how to conduct himself. He knew that Yang Fan and Lai Junshan could not coexist, so he directly called Lai Junshan's name in front of him. There was no need to be modest. Yuan Han explained in detail that it was because after those important criminals were imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison, one of them suddenly fell ill and died. Lai Junshan flew into a rage and looked for an excuse to make Inspector Fan, who was in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison, an accomplice of the rebels. In the end, the emperor issued an edict to execute him. In fact, this matter had something to do with Wu Qingxi. Originally, Wu Qingxi had created this mad dog, Lai Junshan, to punish Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan. In the end, before he could even make a move, the two of them had already fallen. Lai Junshan, who had no place to display his might, randomly bit and sent two of Wu Qingxi's generals, Wang Lei and Wang Zhu, to prison. Wu Qingxi was worried that Wang Zhu would say that he had instructed him to leak the information to Ming Palace's Wei Ji-su. Smart people would guess that he had planned this, so he bribed a jailer to poison Wang Zhu. Lai Junshan had wanted to dig out more of Wang Zhu's high-ranking officials to expand his credit, but Wang Zhu died. Lai Junshan was unable to restrain his anger, so he casually charged Fan, who was in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison, with rebellion. He first put him in prison to make up the numbers, and then he was executed. However, outsiders had no way of knowing this inside story, so everyone in the Ministry of Justice felt that Fan Sixing had died a wrongful death. Fan Sixing's son was kneeling in front of the Ministry of Justice Yamen, crying out his father's grievances. But who in the current Ministry of Justice dared to challenge Lai Junshin? As a result, he knelt in front of the Ministry of Justice Yamen. The people coming in and out were all his father's colleagues, but no one dared to say a word. They all treated him as if he was invisible. Li Zhaoda was so angry that his face turned red. Although Yang Fan didn't have much of a relationship with Fan Sixing, he also shook his head, secretly feeling sympathy. At this time, a burst of laughter came from the Yamen. Lai Junshin walked out, accompanied by the left assistant minister Huang Fu Zhongbei and the right assistant minister Lu Rushuan. Lai Junshin had come to the Ministry of Justice Yamen to handle some matters. Now that the matter had been resolved, the left and right assistant ministers personally saw him out. The Minister of Justice, Tao Wenjie, was also one of the officials who had opposed Lai Junshin. He was a disciple of Princess Taiping and had returned home to visit his family during the New Year. Because his hometown was far away in Quanzhou, he had yet to return to the capital. The daily affairs of the Ministry of Justice were handled by the left and right assistant ministers. Fan Sixing's son recognized the two assistant ministers. He wanted to go in and file a complaint, but the guards at the door wouldn't let him in. He could only kneel there and not get up. Now that he saw the left and right assistant ministers appear together, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. He quickly took out a piece of paper from his bosom and loudly cried out his grievances. When the left and right assistant ministers saw him, their expressions became extremely ugly. The person Fan Sixing's son was suing was right beside them. Who would dare to accept the complaint? Who would dare to interfere? Huang Fu Zhongbei loudly shouted, "This is the Ministry of Justice. What kind of case can be filed without the capital governor's approval? This is simply unreasonable. What are you all doing? Who is this person? Why did you allow him to file a complaint here? Chase him away. Chase him away." Yuan Han quickly apologized to Yang Fan and quickly ran over. He ordered a group of Yamen runners to take Fan Sixing's son away. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Fan Sixing's son abruptly broke free from their hands and pulled out a shiny dagger from his boot. "Protect the assistant ministers! Quickly protect the assistant ministers!" Yuan Han was greatly alarmed. He quickly called for a group of servants carrying water and fire rods to protect the two assistant ministers and Lai Junshin. At the same time, he pulled out his own saber and placed it in front of him. Fan Sixing's son raised his dagger and shouted, "My father is innocent, he was harmed by that dog thief, Lai Junshin. That dog thief is now the capital governor. How can I go to the capital governor and complain about him? My father died unjustly. You are in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Are you just going to sit back and watch that dog act viciously? Assistant ministers, if you do not accept the complaint, I, Fan, will die in front of you today." Fan Sixing's son was truly unyielding. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced the gleaming dagger into his lower abdomen. Fresh blood stained the paper in front of him. The officials at the Yamen's entrance were all dumbfounded. This youth also did not recognize Lai Junshin. If he knew that the person being escorted out by the left and right assistant ministers was the enemy who killed his father, he would not have committed suicide but stabbed Lai Junshin instead. Huang Fu Zhongbei was terrified. He repeatedly said, "Take him away! Take him away! It's the New Year. How unlucky! Don't let him die in front of our Yamen." Lu Rushuan said, "Assistant Minister Yuan, take some people and take him away. Find a doctor to treat him quickly. Don't let him lose his life." Assistant Minister Lu watched as Fan Sixing died unjustly, and his son raised his blade to commit suicide. Right now, blood covered the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Assistant Minister Lu felt a lump in his throat, and tears involuntarily fell from his eyes. At the side, many of the minor officials also felt the same. They silently lowered their heads and did not speak. Seeing their expressions, Lai Junshin could not help but roll his eyes. He sneered, "What? Just because someone committed suicide, it must be an injustice? This case was single-handedly handled by me. That Fan Sixing's crime is irrefutable. The imperial court has openly sentenced him. Why are you all crying and acting like this? In the future, if someone breaks the law and his son commits suicide, he will be acquitted." Lai Junshin loudly scolded. The officials did not dare to reply and all avoided his gaze. Lu Rushuan was an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Her official rank was not lower than his. She was already feeling sad. Hearing him speak like this, she was very displeased. She indifferently said, "I have a problem with crying when facing the wind. I won't send you off. I'll leave first." Assistant Minister Lu waved his sleeve and left. Seeing this, Lai Junshin became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He thought to himself, "Lu Rushuan, now that I have been reinstated, Huang Fuzhang has prepared gifts to congratulate me. But you, Lu Rushuan, pretend not to know. Now you make me look bad in front of me. If I don't find a chance to kill you, I'll write my name backwards." At this time, the servants had already picked up Fan Sixing's son and carried him away in a flash. Huang Fuzhang then ordered someone to sprinkle some snow on the road to cover the bloodstain. He then smiled apologetically at Lai Junshin. "Don't be angry, Prefect. Don't let this kind of person spoil the mood of your family. It's the new year." He had only spoken halfway when Lai Junshin suddenly turned and left. In a blink of an eye, he saw Yang Fan and Li Zhaoda. Back then, he had been demoted to Tongzhou because of these two. Seeing that they were even worse off than he was back then, Lai Junshin was instantly happy. He grinned as he walked in front of the two. After sizing them up, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't this Lai Junshin turned his head and asked Huang Fuzhang Bei, "Brother Huangfu, this is?" Huang Fuzhang Bei saw Li Zhaoda and felt slightly uneasy. He subconsciously cupped his hands towards Li Zhaoda and said, "Censor Li." Lai Junshin slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, yes, yes, Censor Li, ha 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 ha. Censor Li, Censor Li, you look so spirited in your official robes. You look like you're 20 years younger in an instant. I didn't recognize you at first glance." What kind of person was Li Zhaoda? He came from an aristocratic family and was a prime minister. How could he be willing to argue with him and lower his own status? Li Zhaoda sneered and flicked his sleeve, saying, "A greedy and ruthless nature. Colluding with a jackal to bully others. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution." Having said that, he walked towards the Ministry of Justice without giving Lai Junshin another look. Lai Junshin's face turned red from Li Zhaoda's complete disdain. He stared at Li Zhaoda's back with hatred until Li Zhaoda completely disappeared from the Ministry of Justice's entrance. Only then did he turn around and look at Yang Fan with a smile. Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "This lowly official Yang Fan greets Prefect Yang." The smile on Lai Junshin's face immediately froze. At this time, that unlucky Ming court magistrate Ji Su had already traveled thousands of miles from Chang unto Luoyang, braving the wind and snow. Actually, Ji Su should have reached Luoyang earlier. However, he had traveled day and night and was suffering from hunger and cold. Because of his anxiety, he could not sleep well. By the time he reached Luoyang, he actually fell seriously ill. The fever did not subside and his mouth was full of nonsense. When the two attendants saw his condition, they knew that if they forced their way, this county magistrate Ji would be dead by the time they reached Luoyang. They could only stay nearby and invite a doctor to treat him. With this delay, Ji Su only reached the capital today. After entering Luoyang, Ji Su did not stop for even a moment. He did not care that his robes made him look like a beggar and immediately rushed towards the palace. By the time Lai Junshin was stunned by Yang Fan's change of surname, Ji Su had already reached Duanmen. When the guards at Duanmen saw that the three beggars had actually run into the palace, they immediately went forward to chase them away. Jisoo crouched down and looked at the tall palace. From his bosom, he took out a large seal and raised it high above his head. He burst into tears. The palace guards took the seal and could not help but jump in fright. Why is Chang'an's palace magistrate in such a sorry state? Could it be that there was a mutiny in Chang'an? Chapter 682. In the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, Shangguan Wan'er was sitting with her hands bent over the table. She was busy reading the memorials. Zhang Changzong and his brother had already begun to meddle in the affairs of power. Although they were talented, they had never come into contact with the affairs of the country. The way they dealt with things, their way of thinking, and how much they considered things, were still far from being a successful manager. Adding on the fact that Wu Zetian was infatuated with them and often wanted them to stay by her side, most of the memorials had to be handled by Wan'er. Waiting. Outside the door, there is Chang'an Ming Tang Wei Ji Su asking to see His Majesty. Wan'er's slender fingers were as white as a spring onion. Her pinky was slightly raised, like an orchid. As the orchid swayed, small characters appeared on her pen. Chang and Ming Tang Wei? Who allowed him to enter the capital? What important matter does he want to see the emperor? Wan'er didn't even raise her head. Her pen was like a dragon or a snake. She was multitasking. If every official has to go to the capital to see the emperor, then the emperor doesn't have to do anything. He just has to meet people every day and they will be too busy. Tell him to report to the department. If he can't deal with it, he can report it to me level by level. If His Majesty needs to know, the Political Affairs Hall will transfer it. Waiting. Ming Tang Wei's clothes are ragged. He looks very messy. It seems there is something urgent. Wan'er's pen stopped. She raised her head and glanced at him. The guard's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." Wan'er moistened the ink and continued to write. She had only written 2 characters when she suddenly stopped. She raised her head and said, "Wait, what did you say that person's name was?" The guard who had just turned around quickly turned around again. He bowed and said, "Ji-Su." Wan'er tilted her head and thought for a moment. She found a book and searched. It was all the memorials she had handled. After a while, Wan'er suddenly said, "So it is him." Wan'er put down her pen and slowly walked. Ji-Su's secret report was sent to Lai Junchen. When Lai Junchen submitted the report, he hid his name and took the credit. Even if Lai Junchen did not want to take credit, because this was a secret report, Wan'er could not know. But after that, Lai Junchen implicated a large number of people. Ji-Su was also on the list of people who rebelled. The imperial edict to capture Ji-Su was drafted by Wan'er, so she remembered this person. Ji-Su was reported by Lai Junchen as a traitor. The people sent by the court to arrest him had not yet returned, but he returned to the capital and asked to see the emperor. Wan'er suddenly stopped. She raised her head and said, "Keep an eye on him. Don't attract the attention of the officials going in and out of the palace. I'm going to see the king immediately." Lai Junchen originally wanted to ridicule Yang Fan, but he did not expect that Yang Fan would use his oath to change his surname when he swore at Dragon's Gate and ridicule him. Lai Junchen was so angry that he gritted his teeth and left. On the way, he thought fiercely, "I must let Lu Rushuan see the power of Lai Junchen, I must let Li Zhaoda see the power of Lai Junchen, I must let Yang Fan see." After Yang Fan made Lai Junchen leave in anger, Chen Dong came to greet him. Before Yuan Han left with Fan Sixing's son, he had already called a Yamen runner to tell Chen Dong. Chen Dong welcomed Yang Fan into the Ministry of Justice. Sun Yushuan and a group of old friends heard the news and rushed over. They chatted for a while, and Huang Fu Zhangbei sent someone to invite them. Although Yang Fan's current position was low, he was especially well regarded when he was in the Ministry of Justice. Although Huang Fu Zhangbei was trying his best to curry favor with Lai Junchen, with his smooth and slick personality, he would not give up on the opportunity to express his goodwill to Yang Fan. In any case, His reception was a very normal thing in the officialdom. Even if Lai Junshin knew, he would not find fault with him. As for whether or not he treated Yang Fan in private, only the heavens would know. At least in this aspect, Huangfu Zhangbei was indeed better at handling people than Lu Rushuan. In the past, Yang Fan did not deliberately build relationship. Although this was a compulsory course for every official, he did not have the slightest awareness in this aspect. However, it was different now. Although he controlled a huge amount of power, this power was for him to use, but it did not belong to him. Perhaps after 10, 20, or even 30 years of effort, he could gradually build a power that was completely loyal to him in this huge organization, but this speed was too slow. The wider the connections he had, the more the organization would rely on him. He would then be able to have the greatest amount of freedom and build a power that was loyal to him in the shortest time possible. Yang Fan stayed in the Ministry of Justice for a long time. After leaving Assistant Minister Huangfu's detention room, he arranged a date for a banquet with Chun Dong, Sun Yuxuan, and the others before leaving. Compared to when Lai Junshin left with only 2 assistant ministers to send him off, when Yang Fan left, he was accompanied by a large group of people. Although there were no assistant ministers, almost all the middle-level officials in the Ministry of Justice were present. After leaving the Ministry of Justice on a horse for 100 steps, the smile on Yang Fan's face gradually disappeared. He turned his head to a guard and asked, "When will the people escorting that illusion artist arrive in the capital?" Replying Sovereign, "The road is much easier now. There are no problems on the road. They will definitely arrive in 3 days." The person who answered him was Ren Wei, the head of Yang Fan's guards. At the same time, he was also the person responsible for the daily communication between Yang Fan and the Jisai Hall. This guy was usually expressionless and taciturn. If Yang Fan did not speak, he would not speak. Whatever Yang Fan asked, he would answer without a hint of speculation or analysis. He was a person who could not make a fart. In the beginning, Yang Fan had thought that this was just his personality. It was not until he accidentally saw him soaking in the hot spring with a few other guards at the Dragon Gate that he was definitely a chatterbox with the way he talked non-stop. Yang Fan asked around and found out that young Master Jiang did not like his subordinates to be noisy or give him any suggestions. Ren Wei thought that he had the same personality as young Master Jiang. Yang Fan was too lazy to explain to him. As a guard commander and a liaison, it was not a bad thing to speak less. Although Yang Fan was not an autocratic person, he did not like to bring a chatterbox with him and talk to him whenever there was nothing to do. Yang Fan sighed and said, 3 days later? In that case, they will not be able to make it in time for the White Horse Temple Great Ceremony. I wanted them to expose the tricks of the 3 divine fakes on that day. It's not a big deal. After the Upper Yuan dynasty, the imperial court will hold several grand events, especially the kicking competition on the 3rd day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. At that time, I will arrange for them to appear in front of the emperor. Ren Wei was silent. Yang Fan thought for a moment and turned his head to Ren Wei and said, "Immediately arrange for someone to spread the news to Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi that Lai Junshin wants to harm them." Ren Wei replied succinctly, "Yes." The Zhang brothers were children of famous families, and Yang Fan did not lack children of famous families. Therefore, he had ways to use various channels to firmly engrave the impression that Lai Junshin was plotting against the Zhang brothers. As long as the Zhang brothers felt danger, they would start to save themselves. Lai Junshin was like a poisonous snake. You knew it was poisonous, but you did not know when it would bite you. To deal with such a person, the only way was to strike first. After Ren Wei agreed, he still walked forward, vigilantly scanning the long street for anyone or anything that was slightly close to the sovereign. He did not go to send the message. The 2 of them were not the only ones following Yang Fan. In fact, when Yang Fan stepped into the Yang family's gate, the news had already been sent out. The Yang family's festive atmosphere was very strong. There were red lights hanging at the door and peach talismans pasted on the door. There was also a large sailboat set up in the courtyard. The whole boat was a lantern, and the sails were full of strong wind, as if it was going to sail away. When Xiaoman returned to the mansion before Yang Fan, she had already asked someone to make it. Sailing away was an auspicious omen, and it also coincided with her husband's name. As for the family members in the mansion, Xiaoman, as the mistress of the mansion, also raised their salaries and gave them new clothes and hats. For those who had a family, they were even given some dried meat and rice. The entire Yang mansion was in a festive mood. As soon as Ah Lang came back, everyone in the mansion came forward to say auspicious words and wish Ah Lang a happy new year. Yang Fan also smiled from ear to ear. He greeted and replied to them one by one. It was not easy to get rid of these enthusiastic servants and maids and return to the backyard. After dinner, Yang Fan lay on the hot brick bed with Xiaoman and played with his baby son for a while. When his son yawned and Xiaoman took him to bed, he left the bedroom and turned to Anu's residence. In the Yang mansion, Anu had her own courtyard. In the past, Yang Fan often went there to be intimate with her. After the two confirmed their marriage and began to prepare for the wedding, Yang Fan often went to her small courtyard, never caring about what others said. But since Gu Zhuting also lived in this courtyard, he did not go there anymore. No matter whether Gu Zhuting was a girl or a woman, she was a beautiful woman with white skin and an enchanting figure. Although the Tangs were unrestrained, they were not unscrupulous. Even the chaste women who would chop off a man's hand if they were touched by a man, although they did not occupy the mainstream market in the Tang dynasty, they were not non-existent. But he had to come over today because there was still 1.5 months before the wedding. Yang Fan was thinking about where to arrange for the bride. He couldn't let the groom pick up the bride at his own house, but Anu didn't have any relatives, so there was no place for her to go. Xiaoman was also an orphan. When he married Xiaoman, the emperor arranged for her to live in Er's mansion. Yang Fan did not have the prestige of the emperor. In the eyes of outsiders, he did not have such a deep friendship with the Shangguan internal minister, so it was impossible for him to make such an arrangement. Moreover, even if he could, Yang Fan did not want to do so. He picked up 2 girls from the Shangguan family in a row, but Shanghai Wan was not there. Wouldn't this sentimental Shangguan die of sadness? Yang Fan wanted to arrange Xiaoman to stay in Ma Qiao's house. With this thought, he thought of letting Anu recognize Ma Qiao as her sworn brother. In this way, when he came to the Ma family to pick up Anu, it would be more justifiable, and Anu would also have a maiden family to rely on. Although the idea was good, it still needed Anu's consent. So, Yang Fan came to the courtyard where Anu lived. The small courtyard had an elegant environment. There were 3 rooms in a row, one for Anu, one for Miss Gu, and the last one was empty with some sundries. Ahem, Anu, I'm coming. As Yang Fan said, he opened the door and walked to the bedroom with a smile. This was a complete room. It was divided into 2 parts, the outer hall and the inner room with antique shelves and painting screens. There was no wall in the middle, so the sound of Yang Fan's footsteps could be heard clearly from the other side of the screen. On the bed, Gu Zhuting was naked. Anu had just tied a knot with a white folded cloth on her shoulder. When she suddenly heard Yang Fan's voice, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Fan had not entered her bedroom for a long time. It was already so late today, why did he come over? In a hurry, there was no time to think. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Anu whispered anxiously, "Move in quickly." All kinds of messy things were also pushed into the bed. Immediately, Anu also hurriedly fell on the bed and pulled the quilt. Chapter 683. Anu was lying on her side on the couch with a lazy posture. A lock of soft hair hung down from her forehead, and half of her shoulder was exposed. She was very charming. She looked at Yang Fan with slight surprise and said, "It's so late, why are you here?" "Late?" Yang Fan looked out of the window. The weather was still cold, and the windows were tightly shut, so he couldn't see anything. However, the Yang family's unique and huge sailboat, the sailing ship, was already lit. The bright light cast a shadow of a bamboo on the window, swaying gently, making it look very tranquil. It was indeed a little late. Yang Fan smiled and said, Nianzu slept a lot during the day and was especially energetic at night. I played with him for a while and just fell asleep. Oh, Erlang, why are you here so late at night? Anu asked. Half of her snow foot that was exposed outside the quilt quietly retracted. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He winked at her mischievously and said in amusement, In another month and a half you will be mine. Are you still afraid of me looking at you? Gu Zhuting was lying behind Anu. The intimate words that could normally be heard could never be said now. Anu's pretty face immediately blushed and her whole body heated up. She glared at Yang Fan coquettishly and changed the topic. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I slept very late last night because of the sail lamp. I'm a little tired. She even deliberately yawned as she said this. Gu Zhuting was hurriedly put into the bed by her. She lay there with her body spread out and didn't dare to move. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gu Zhuting couldn't help but want to laugh. She only wore a doo-doo on her upper body and a small pair of panties on her lower body. There was no doubt that her buttocks and thighs were exposed. It was more tempting than being naked. Yang Fan said, It's like this. There's something I want to discuss with you. As Yang Fan said this, he stretched out his hand to pull a cushion in front of the dressing table. But on second thought, he simply sat on the side of the bed. Normally, Anu wouldn't mind if he sat so close to her, but it wasn't the case now. Anu was startled, and her little feet subconsciously shrunk deeper. However, the bed was the kind of frame bed with drawers at the bottom. One side was against the wall, and there were curtains on the other three sides. The side at the head was a picture screen, and behind the side at the feet was a small space where things like toilets were placed. Unless Yang Fan climbed onto the bed, he would not be able to find Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan said, I've already arranged everything that needs to be done during the wedding. You don't need to worry about it. There is only one thing I must discuss with you. You see, Xiaoman is the same as you. She is also lonely and has no family. When she got married, the emperor made the decision and temporarily made Wan Er's family her maiden family. On the day of our marriage, you can't possibly treat this small courtyard as your maiden home. Are we going to pick someone up from our own home and send them back to our own home? I'm planning to send you to Brother Qiao Er's house when the time comes. This isn't a big deal. Brother Qiao will definitely agree. But I think, as Yang Fan said this, he gently held her pair of soft hands. Her slender hands were smooth and smooth. Anu, you have no relatives in the world. I think we might as well let you recognize the Ma family as your maiden family. What do you think? In this way, you will have an adoptive mother, an adoptive brother, and an adoptive sister-in-law. You will have a maiden family. In the future, you will also have a maiden family to visit. Anu's fox-like charming eyes slightly rippled. She thought, Xiao Man has no relatives in the world. Why don't you ask her to find a maiden family? Why me? Suddenly, Anu understood Yang Fan's good intentions, and she couldn't help but feel moved in her heart. She couldn't help but hold his hand, and her red lips curled up slightly to reveal a wisp of a charming smile, as she said in a low voice, All right. Ma Qiao and you are compatible. He is your good brother. I will recognize him as my brother. She already understood that Yang Fan's thinking was completely for her sake. Yes, Xiao Man also didn't have a maiden family. But Xiao Man was married by the emperor. Although the emperor wouldn't recognize her as his daughter because of this, he would take care of and interfere with her married life. But it was like if you gave a gift to someone, he might not remember it. If you didn't give him a gift, he would definitely remember it. If the emperor married your wife, it was natural for you to treat her well. The emperor wouldn't bother to ask. If you didn't treat her well, even the emperor wouldn't pay attention to you. Maybe he would find trouble with you. With such a maiden family, Xiao Man was full of confidence. Although Ma Qiao couldn't be compared with the emperor even if he grew wings and became a Pegasus, he was still a military officer. He was still young. Even if he only relied on seniority, he would have the opportunity to be promoted again in the future. With Ma Qiao as a news brother, Anu wouldn't be lonely. Of course, Xiao Man wasn't a domineering and arrogant housewife. Yang Fan also wouldn't bully Anu. But if she didn't have a maiden family that could support her, in the eyes of the servants and maids, their attitude towards this bride would be completely different. You can't expect every family not to be snobbish. Lang Jun is so careful. If you didn't care about me, how could it be like this? Thinking of this, Xiao Man's lips raised into a sweet smile. In fact, I'm not without a family now. I have a stepsister, brother-in-law, brothers, and a big family. It's a pity that I haven't contacted them for a long time. Yang Fan was startled and asked curiously, You have a family? What stepsister, brother-in-law, where are they? Anu rolled her eyes at him and pouted, I knew you wouldn't take my matters to heart. I've told you before, at the foot of Mount Hua, I fell off the cliff and was saved by someone. That person's surname was Guo. At that time, Anu briefly explained the matter, and Yang Fan was immediately stunned. His mouth was agape, and after a while, he said, Yes, you do have a stepsister. Your brother-in-law is a provincial governor of a province. In that era, becoming sworn siblings was a very important matter. Becoming sworn siblings was almost the same as blood brothers. Basically, it was equivalent to forming a lifelong bond. The Guo family would really treat Miss Anu as their own daughter. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Guo family was Anu's maiden family. As Yang Fan said this, he beamed with joy, Ha ha! This is the will of heaven. Guo Jingji is in Luoyang now. Ha ha, this is much better than finding a stepbrother at the last minute. Guo Jingji? The brother-in-law that I've never met? That's right, it's him. Yang Fan said delightedly. Guo Jingji was originally the provincial governor of Wei Province, and he was just transferred to Gui Province. Now, he has returned to the capital to report on his work. I'm afraid that he will be taking up his post after the festival. I will go look for him tomorrow. Anu didn't know that the Guo family had a close relationship with the succession hall, but after Yang Fan became the evident sect patriarch, he knew about it. The Guo family was one of the influential clans in Shandong and was also an important member of the succession hall. However, after young Master Jiang and Shen Mu had a huge food war in Chang'an, all the influential clans knew that the Guo family was standing on the side of the hidden sect. Because the Guo family was a member of the succession hall, there were naturally people who would send the news to Yang Fan for his promotion and transfer, allowing him to understand the situation of these people. Therefore, Yang Fan knew about this matter. However, Yang Fan had already forgotten about the relationship between Guo Jingji and the adopted sister that Anu had acknowledged. Anu let out a light smile and said, Forget it. I am just Madame Guo's sworn sister. It is hard to say if this envoy Guo knows about this matter. I will just acknowledge Ma Qiao as my adopted brother. The reason why Yang Fan wanted to arrange a maiden family for her was because he didn't want her to be overly lonely and be looked down upon by the servants. Now that there was a provincial governor as her brother-in-law, how could he let go of this opportunity? Yang Fan wasn't someone who would seek connections with the rich and powerful, but for the sake that his beloved woman would have less troubles in the future, he had to do this. Anu felt touched and couldn't help but pull Yang Fan's hand over and gently caressed her face. She then responded softly, and then? I will do as you say. Yang Fan let go of his worries, and only then did he notice how cute Anu looked under the embroidered quilt. Just slightly exposed shoulders, delicate collarbone and sexy shallow cleavage, but it was enough to let people know how delicious and attractive her body was, just like a peach that had just ripened. If Yang Fan was a stone gambler, then Anu's delicate body under the quilt would be the beautiful jade in the stone. The slightly exposed pink mark on her chest leaped into Yang Fan's eyes. It was like the unpolished jade was cut with a knife and a window was opened, revealing a crystal-clear green inside, making one's heart beat faster and feel suffocated. Looking at Yang Fan's burning gaze, Anu blushed. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "All right, you, quickly go back and rest." "I am leaving now," as Yang Fan said. His hand slid to Anu's shoulder. Anu's body immediately tightened, as tight as a bow with a full string. Yang Fan's hand slid along her smooth shoulder, then to her delicate back, all the way down mischievously. Gu Yunting, who hid behind Anu, was no less tense than Anu. Seeing that Yang Fan's hand slid to Anu's waist, she quickly retracted her hand that was on Anu's waist, just a moment away. "You are so annoying. Go back, be good, we are getting married next month." Anu began to beg and coax her man to leave. Yang Fan didn't want to carelessly possess her. Anyway, it was only a little more than a month's time. Looking forward to it was actually a pretty good feeling. However, her delicate body was so beautiful to the touch that before Yang Fan completely devoured this delicious prey, he didn't mind enjoying it for a while. Of course, he didn't dare to touch a place that was too secret. Since Anu wanted to wait for their most grand day, then playing with her would destroy this mood. So his big hand didn't stay on Anu's plump and perky buttocks, nor on her round and plump legs without a trace of fat. He even raised his hand gentlemanly, left her slender waist, slid down along the embroidered quilt, and accurately caught her calf. Anu's calf immediately tightened, and the muscles on her leg were as tight as a piece of beautiful jade, smooth and hard. "Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you." Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. Anu looked at him with a strange expression, and her calf began to tremble at a very high frequency. What a beautiful and lovely person. That kind of trembling that came from the bones. It was very easy to easily understand the feeling of intercourse, which could only be sensed. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly proud. So this is Anu's most sensitive place, haha, I finally know. He didn't want Anu to lose control of herself, so seeing her so nervous, he let go of her legs and slid down to her ankles. Her ankles were slender and graceful, so thin that they weren't exposed. Yang Fan suddenly remembered the words he heard from a regular customer of the brothel in the Xiao Wenfang years ago when he was evaluating women. Whether a man's words are big or straight depends on his nose. As for women, if they have a pair of slender and beautiful ankles and small and soft feet, it usually means that the acupoints are naturally very tight. I wonder if Anu's feet are small and soft. Yang Fan thought about it and touched her waist. The owner of that leg couldn't bear it any more and suddenly retreated. Because of the tightness of her calf, Yang Fan was worried that she would dodge, so his hand was still very tight when he moved. His hand was pulled by the small foot, and was immediately lifted up by the corner. Yang Fan screamed, and his butt bounced up like a spring, 3 feet. Chapter 684. When Yang Fan saw that there was an extra foot on the couch, he was shocked at first, but then his expression changed drastically. With a schwa sound, he snatched the embroidered quilt in his hand with great vigor. Then, he looked at the 2 unique bodies on the couch, and began to be dumbstruck. Anu still maintained the posture of lying on her side like a bow. The one lying inside was not a man, but a woman with a figure more feminine than her. Anu's figure was still slightly immature. According to the standard of this era, it was a little thin, but the woman next to her was curvaceous. Whether it was chest or buttocks, they were very, very voluptuous. That woman was Gu Zhuting. She was lying on the bed, and Anu's legs were curled up. One of her legs was pressed under Anu's leg. Then what he just touched was actually, because it was not the situation he imagined, Yang Fan's anger suddenly disappeared. Looking at the ambiguous appearance of the two, Yang Fan was a little confused. A term that was on par with gay suddenly flashed in his mind: mirror grinding. Anu actually had such a weird hobby? This thought just flashed and disappeared. Perhaps the two just slept on the same bed and chatted to relieve boredom. Yang Fan was ashamed of his dirty thoughts, but then he found Gu Zhuting's shoulder was tied with a bandage. It was a white bandage, one of which still faintly reflected the color of blood. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened again. The quilt was pulled away by Yang Fan. Anu and Gu Zhuting seemed to be stripped naked at once. Both master and disciple were shocked, lying there for a long time without moving. After a long time, Anu finally reacted. She took the quilt from Yang Fan's hand in a flash and covered herself with it. Anu explained embarrassedly, Master Gu and I wanted to sleep together and chat to relieve boredom. You came in a hurry and had no time to dodge, so both master and disciple's faces were very red and embarrassed. This was especially so for Gu Zhuting. She buried her face behind her disciple's shoulder and didn't dare to lift it up. Her face was so hot that it could fry an egg. She had never thought of marrying a husband and having children. Even if she had children, wouldn't she still have to continue her dangerous life? She was used to seeing orphans and widows. She had never thought of marrying a husband and having children. Even if she had children, wouldn't she still have to continue her dangerous life? That was why she hadn't found a home yet. She was still living in her aunt's house, alone without a husband. She had never been touched by a man before, but today Yang Fan touched such a private place. Moreover, it was in such a warm situation. She was so embarrassed that she wished that the bed would split in half and the ground would split open so that she could fall into it and close it again. She would never appear in front of people again. If it weren't for the injury on Gu Zhuting's shoulder, Yang Fan might have believed Anu's words. But after hearing her explanation, Yang Fan was certain that there must be a secret that he didn't know. He pulled the mat over and sat on the side of the bed. Because of the two women on the bed, one embarrassed and the other flustered, he calmed down. Tell me, what happened? Just as Anu's eyes drifted, Yang Fan immediately said, I've seen the injury on Miss Gu's shoulder. There was a white cloth, a pair of scissors, and a gourd filled with medicine between you. I've never heard of such a way of sleeping together and chatting to relieve boredom. Anu immediately shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Gu Zhuting, on the other hand, was frightened and her whole body was boiling. If he could even see these things clearly, then, in fact, she was wrongly accusing Yang Fan. Although her figure was very hot, Yang Fan didn't have a reason to stare at it endlessly, not to mention in that situation just now, and Anu was beside him. The reason why Yang Fan noticed the pile of things between them was that it was really strange for these things to appear on the bed. Gu Zhuting usually killed people without blinking, but now she didn't even blink. She was so shy that she closed her eyes tightly, only felt that her ears were hot, and hid behind her apprentice without saying a word. Anu was stopped by Yang Fan. Although she had always been smart, she couldn't think of a reasonable reason for a while. Facing Yang Fan's increasingly dignified gaze, she had to obediently tell him. Yang Fan's daughter fell into the hands of young Master Jiang, and Anu always felt that this matter had a great deal to do with her. She even loved Nianzhu more than Xiaoman because she felt that she owed Yang Fan's child. Every time she saw Xiaoman's care for her son, she felt deeply remorseful. She always wanted to rely on her own strength to save the child. After Gu Zhuting came to Anu's side, she became her greatest helper. Moreover, young Master Jiang wanted to kill Gu Zhuting just to keep a secret, which caused Gu Zhuting to hate him very much. She had always wanted to seek justice from him, so the two master and disciple formed an alliance to search for young Master Jiang's whereabouts together. Ever since young Master Jiang had been forced out of the position of the sect master of Xian sect, the secret power he controlled was completely hidden underground. Even when Yang Fan used the power of Xian sect, he couldn't find him, much less these two women. Their blind search originally wouldn't have any effect, and they were just doing their best. However, while they were alone, their luck was good. Gu Zhuting once saw a trusted aide of young Master Jiang on Ding Ding Street. In Luoyang City, which had a population of 1,000,000, the chance of this was very small, but she still encountered it. At that time, Gu Zhuting had already put on a disguise. She immediately followed this person to where he lived. From then on, she and Anu focused on watching this person, watching his every action, and monitoring his contact with everyone. Because Anu could not often leave the Yangfu, this mission was basically carried out by Gu Zhuting alone. Although she was very good at hiding and disguising, she was only one person after all. She needed to do everything. There was no one to cooperate with, no one to cover for her, and it was not easy to change her disguise during the tracking. Therefore, after a long period of tracking, she was still noticed by others. However, the other party was also a meticulous, vigilant, and cunning person. After he noticed that someone seemed to be watching him, he did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He only secretly set up a trap and then led the stalker into the ambush that he had set up. Gu Zhuting was also a very alert person. The other did not know how strong she was and underestimated her. Due to this, she was able to escape. However, she was also wounded. When Yang Fan charged into Anu's residence, Anu had just finished bandaging her wounds. After listening to Anu's words, Yang Fan did not have time to reprimand her. He thought for a moment and said, "That person's surname is Kong, called Kong Weihao. He was once the county magistrate of Song Province?" Anu said, "Yes." At that time, Master Gu only saw this person greet young Master. She knew that he was young Master's man, but she did not know his identity. After the encounter on the street, Master Gu investigated him and already knew his name, address, identity, and origin. Although this person was a civil official, he was good at martial arts. He was originally the county magistrate of Song Province. After retiring, he specialized in poetry to entertain himself. Later, he formed a poetry club with 7 other retired officials. They were called the 8 Elders of Luo River. They composed poems as a meeting, and many people agreed with them. Now, there were more than 8 people in this poetry club, but they were led by these 8 people. These people in the poetry club were not officials. They were ranked according to their age. Although they formed the club because they had the same interests, these people were not only officials, but they also had a high reputation in the scholarly community after retiring. They wrote poems in the same club and their voices were the same. They had high prestige in the local area. Therefore, they must be the initiator of all social affairs. The government's disaster relief, the construction of dams, the establishment of culture and education, the collection of taxes, and so on, must be supported by them in order to be successful. These people were influential people in the local area. Luoyang is under the foot of the emperor. High-ranking officials and famous scholars are everywhere. Therefore, these people are not very prominent. If it was in another place, they would be great people. I feel that young Master Zhang's power is weak now. He can't not use such a person, so. Yang Fan stared at them and said, "So you guys went to alert the enemy?" After Anu's explanation, Gu Zhuting's shyness gradually disappeared. Hearing Yang Fan's reprimand, she quickly poked her head out from behind Anu and said timidly, "After I fell into Kong Weihao's trap, although I was surrounded, I did not expose my unique martial arts." Yang Fan looked at her. Gu Zhuting subconsciously shrank back and said slowly, "They won't know who I am." Yang Fan said, "But they can guess that you are one of my people." "Yes." Gu Zhuting lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She occasionally pondered, and she suddenly felt a trace of divergence towards Yang Fan's words. A wisp of beautiful thoughts couldn't help but arise in her heart, but this absurd thought was immediately dispelled by her. Yang Fan thought for a while and warned his subordinates, "You must not take such risks in the future." This time, Anu also lowered her eyes and obediently replied, "Yes." Whether she agreed in her heart, Yang Fan did not know, but this attitude was quite pitiful. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction and stood up. Forget it, even if they did not find Miss Gu, they will understand that I will always be looking for them. This is expected, you don't have to blame yourselves too much. I already know about your matter, so there is no need to hide it. If you need to invite a doctor, don't delay it. Yang Fan understood what had happened and immediately left a newsroom. After the scene just now, he was also a little embarrassed. It was not good to stay in the room for too long. After Yang Fan left, he immediately called his guard commander Ren Wei to the study and carefully arranged. Gu Zhuting was only one person. Even if she had great ability, she could not split herself. But Yang Fan was different, he had a lot of people to mobilize. After listening to a news introduction just now, he keenly felt that this was indeed a possible breakthrough to find young Master Jiang. The existence of this kind of poetry society was from the Sui and Tang dynasties, and this kind of poetry society was never just a group of like-minded people getting together to eat, drink, and recite poems. This kind of association was like the embryonic form of the Hall of Succession. It was a way for celebrities and gentry to unite to exert influence on the local area and expand their political demand. Yang Fan believed that young Master Jiang was not the only one who belonged to Kong Weihao. Gu Zhuting did not have the power to keep an eye on them one by one, but he did. Since he did not know who that person was, he would keep an eye on all the 8 elders of Luo Shui. If this was not enough, he would keep an eye on all the famous, influential people in the Luo Shui Poetry Society. Yang Fan returned to his own bedroom. The lamp was as bright as a bean. Xiao Man was lying on her side, gently patting her son as he slept. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, she was exceptionally charming. Seeing him come in, Xiao Man whispered, "Brother, you still have to go to White Horse Temple to attend the Great Spell Assembly tomorrow morning. Why did you come back so late?" Yang Fan smiled warmly at her and said in a low voice, "I'm going to sleep." Xiao Man got up and helped him to open his robe. Men slept inside. Yang Fan climbed onto the bed first, carefully turned over his son, and lay down on the inside. Xiao Man blew out the candle, and also climbed onto the bed. Yang Fan opened his arms and gently hugged his wife and child. He smelled the milk fragrance from his son, and his mood was quite excited. Although he had never said it, how could he not worry about his daughter day and night? He intuitively felt that Miss Gu's discovery had increased his hope of saving his daughter. Chapter 685. The Spring Ghost Festival had arrived. For the royal family and officials, the daytime was their busiest time. This was because they had to enter the palace to meet the emperor and participate in complicated banquets and gatherings. For the common people, the Spring Ghost Festival was actually just a night. It lasted from the 15th to the 16th of the first month until dawn. A night of revelry was the true meaning of the Spring Ghost Festival. However, for this year's Spring Ghost Festival, they had a good place to go during the day: the White Horse Temple. Almost everyone in Luoyang knew that on this day, the White Horse Temple would hold a grand ceremony. It was an unprecedented event. Therefore, since early in the morning, many people had been rushing towards the White Horse Temple. At this time, the foreign envoys, relatives of the emperor, and high-ranking officials were gathered in the magnificent Vientiane Palace to celebrate the festival with their empress. By the time Yang Fan arrived at the White Horse Temple, the temple had already become a sea of people. The long street, which was still far away from the White Horse Temple, was already crowded with people. Both sides of the street were crowded with peddlers. They were happily peddling their business. Today's business was really good. Before reaching the gate of the White Horse Temple, Yang Fan saw a huge painting. It was a red painting of Maitreya. The entire canvas looked to be at least 20 feet high. The things that Xue Huai made were always bigger and more majestic than others. Suddenly, Yang Fan heard a loud voice shouting from the crowd, "Look, look, do you see that? I heard that Master Huai cut his own knee and used his own blood to draw the painting to show his devotion to Buddha." Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately turned around and looked at him. He cursed in his heart, "That's bullsh*t. It's like letting out all the blood of a cow to draw such a huge painting. Who is spreading this rumor? That's bullsh*t. While Yang Fan was thinking, someone in the crowd had already loudly refuted and loudly ridiculed the person who spoke. The person who just spoke blushed and explained, "It's true. I didn't say it. It was the monks of the White Horse Temple. If you don't believe me, you can go to the gate and take a look. They are currently preaching." The people of the White Horse Temple said it? That meant that Xuesher had instructed him to do so. If it was Xuesher's idea, then such a rich imagination does seem to be Xuesher's style. Yang Fan thought to himself and stopped glaring at the lie-talker. The closer they got to the White Horse Temple, the more crowded the crowd became. There were men and women, young and old. The thieves were like fish swimming in the crowd. They were happily harvesting. The immortal squeezing ruffians followed the young ladies and young wives. Some of them gesticulated and asked others to look at this and that, and used the movement of their arms to rub against the women's arms and breasts. Some of them puffed out their tummies and tried to use their lower bodies to rub against the women's buttocks. The children were held in the arms of their parents, and the older ones were held by the hands of their parents. They were jumping impatiently, trying to get a clear look at the huge Buddha statue over the heads of the crowd. The human traffickers followed closely behind, hoping that the careless parents would throw their children aside. The beggars specifically picked the rich and good-looking people to ask for money. Sometimes, Yang Fan's eyes would reveal a sympathetic look, making them feel that he was an ideal customer. Unfortunately, they would never be able to get close to Yang Fan. This was because there were 7 or 8 men dressed in different colors surrounding Yang Fan. Anyone who tried to get close to Yang Fan would be squeezed outside. Along the gable wall of the White Horse Temple, there were many colorful lanterns inside and outside. There were colorful ropes between the lanterns, and there were many riddles hanging on the rope. Those who could guess the correct answer would happily go to the monks to receive the prize. Sometimes, a handful of shiny copper coins would appear above the crowd and fall like raindrops. This was a trick that Xue Huai imitated Wu Zetian. If it wasn't for this, how could the White Horse Temple's great Dharma assembly gather so many people? When the copper coins fell to the ground, both men and women would bend down to pick them up. This was the happiest moment for the immortal squeezing ruffians. They would casually touch the round and big buttocks, and then quickly bend down to pick up the coins. There were also ruffians who were too slow to escape and were grabbed by the tough women. Their slaps rained down on their faces. There were also ruffians who felt soft and extremely bouncy when they touched their buttock. The feeling was so good that it left an endless aftertaste. When the beautiful woman in his heart suddenly turned around, he was so scared that he screamed out loud when he saw her pockmarked face. Yang Fan was squeezed into the crowd. He could not go faster even if he wanted to. He could only follow the flow of people and watch the lively crowd with amusement along the way. Finally, he squeezed into the gate of the White Horse Temple. There were 2 monks preaching on both sides of the gate. In this era, it was very common for monks to use some grand festivals to preach the Buddhist scriptures in public like they were performing in the Jianghu. They used this as a way to gain followers. What they preached was not dry and boring theories or profound scriptures that people could not understand. Instead, they preached some lively and interesting Buddhist stories. The monk on the left side of the gate was the true abbot of the White Horse Temple. He was the last disciple of great master San Shan, monk Hong Yuan. This monk was tall and sturdy. His voice was loud and clear. In such a noisy environment, it was impossible for people to hear him clearly if his voice was not loud. Compared to him, great master Huai Yi's proud disciple, Hong Lu, who stood on the right side of the gate, paled in comparison. Hong Lu's voice had already become completely hoarse from competing with Hong Yuan's. He repeated the legendary story of Great Master Huai stabbing his knee and painting the Buddha statue with blood at the top of his lungs. His hoarse voice was completely drowned out by the noisy crowd of tourists. However, the followers around him were far more numerous than those on Hong Yuan's side. This was because the followers had already discovered that the frequency at which copper coins were splashed was the highest. Hong Chi, you hold on for a while. I can't take it anymore." Seeing how busy Hong Lu was, Yang Fan originally wanted to just walk through the gate and not disturb his 6 senior brother's business of promoting Buddhism. However, he only stood there for a moment before Hong Lu saw him. Hong Lu seemed to have eaten too much salt. He called his junior brother onto the stage with a hoarse voice that no one could hear. Then, he jumped off the stage and squeezed through the crowd to walk towards Yang Fan. 17, junior brother, you're here. 6, senior brother. Yang Fan waved his hand and stopped his subordinates from trying to stop him. He took the initiative to greet Hong Yuan. Haha, it's so lively here. Of course. Master is holding a big Dharma conference today, and the whole city of Luoyang is in an uproar. When the emperor comes, there will be 1,000 monks. Hong Lu's voice was like a broken string. It was so shaky that no one could hear what he was saying. 6, senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Hong Lu waved his hand and rushed to a roadside stall to pick up 2 frozen pears. Master, you didn't pay. Pay my ass. Just now, several copper coins fell on your chopping board, and they all went to your advantage. I saw it clearly from the stage. You still want money? You only care about money. Hong Lu used a voice that was even more eunuch than a eunuch to clearly reprimand him. He returned to Yang Fan's side and handed the frozen pears to Yang Fan. With a crunch, he took a bite of the frozen pear and chewed on the icy flesh a few times before saying, "My throat can't even speak." Yang Fan also took a bite of the frozen pear and let the cold and sweet juice seep into his throat. He smiled and said, "Why didn't you let your senior and junior brothers take your place?" Hong Lu shook his head. "Everyone is busy and can't spare anyone. 7th junior brother just sent his wife and child away and just came back. That's why I grabbed him." Wife and child. Yang Fan paused and then asked, "What about Master? Where is he busy?" Hong Lu said, "Master went to the palace early in the morning to accompany His Majesty to the Great Dharma Conference." As they spoke, they passed by the originally spacious front hall and saw that there were already 4 high platforms in the courtyard. One was performing a play, one was telling a story, one was performing a dance, and one was doing Master Shue's old trade, shattering boulders on the chest and selling golden spear aphrodisiac. Yang Fan was quite sweaty at this kind of all-encompassing Great Dharma Conference, but it looked like the effect was pretty good. There was a sea of people in front of each platform, watching with great interest. Hong Lu glanced at Yang Fan's strange expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he began to cough again. Cough, ordinary people all like liveliness. Why don't we go to the Sangarama Hall? The reincarnated pure light Buddha is there, divining the past and present lives of people. Each divination is at least 100 strings, so there aren't many people there, and it's extremely quiet. At this point, Hong Lu even winked at Yang Fan and lowered his voice to say with a smile, "Most of the people there are women, and there's no lack of beauties." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. "Forget it, let's go to the back hall. Is Junior Marshal Brother Ijua there? You go about your business, I'll chat with him." Hong Lu said, "Ijua is also busy with the Great Dharma Conference. Look, he's over there." Yang Fan took a closer look and indeed saw a platform in front of a great hall. Monk Ijua was sitting behind the table, talking non-stop like a storyteller. Needless to say, there were quite a number of people in front of him. Yang Fan was curious and didn't know what he was talking about, so he gestured to Hong Lu. The two of them didn't say anything and quietly moved closer. The two of them moved closer to listen. Monk Ijwa was also telling a story, preaching the idea of karma and retribution. This idea was advocated by Buddhism, but he didn't just talk about the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also embodied the 5 ghost emperors, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the 10 kings of hell, Oxhead and Horseface. He actually mixed the figures of Buddhism and Taoism together and actually talked about them clearly and logically. Yang Fan had read a lot of books when he was young, so he knew a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism. However, this was the first time he had heard of someone combining the legendary figures of Buddhism and Taoism and actually making them colleague. He wondered if the chaos between the Buddhist and Taoist deities in the Central Plains had started from this Reverend Ijwa, who wore a kasaya and worshipped Taishang Laozi. Yang Fan shook his head and teased Hong Lu. Forget it, Junior Marshal Brother Ijwa is busy arranging the seats for Bain Necropolis Great Emperor and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, so let's not call him. Let's go to the back courtyard and have some peace. The illiterate Hong Lu said with concern. All right, then let him be. Senior Marshal Brother will accompany you for a drink or two. Why hasn't the Jade Emperor decided who will be the boss between Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Feng Du Heavenly Emperor? Can't you just discuss it with Buddha? We're all family, don't fight. Yang Fan was speechless again. Chapter 686. Yang Fan and Hong Lu wandered around the White Horse Temple. Under the management of Xue Huai, the White Horse Temple had completely degenerated into a big temple fair. There was no solemnity of a Buddhist temple. Instead, it was filled with sensual pleasures. On this day, very few people went to the Tenderness Square to seek pleasure. Therefore, the prostitutes in the brothel also took a long break and came to the White Horse Temple to relax. Many of the beautiful courtesans had changed into ordinary clothes and were accompanied by a playful and cute little maid and 2 big teapots with small hats. Their movements were elegant and their manners were dignified. They were even more elegant than the proper girls from the prestigious families. However, there was no lack of coquettish behavior. At first glance, people would know that they were girls from the brothel. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan could not help but shake his head. Not long after, Chun Dong happened to bring his wife and child to the temple fair. They met an acquaintance and the 2 of them gathered together to chat about everything under the sun. It was very comfortable. When it was close to noon, there was still no sign of the emperor. Chun Dong guessed that the emperor would not appear during mealtime, so he invited Yang Fan to a restaurant outside. Yang Fan said goodbye to Hong Lu and left with Chun Dong. According to Xue Huai's instructions before he left, the emperor would arrive at most 3/4 of the morning. However, the White Horse Temple waited from dawn until noon, and there was still no sign of the emperor. Hong Wen and Hong Lu discussed and decided that they had no choice but to eat first. In the end, there was another problem. Today, Xue Huai was holding a big Dharma conference. The so-called Dharma conference naturally included lectures and teachings. The most popular program was the chanting of 1,000 monks. Xue Huai was the protector of the state and had the power to command all the Buddhist sects in the world. Therefore, he transferred 1,000 monks from various temples and prepared to chant the Great Cloud Scripture. Wu Zetian liked grand occasions, and he thought that this grand occasion could make Wu Zetian like it. This event was not only grand, but it could also show that the emperor had the support of the people. More importantly, he was the one who proved that Wu Zetian was the reincarnation of Maitreya with the Diyun Jing Shu and made great achievements for her ascension to the throne. He also wanted the emperor to remember his kindness. In order to create a kind of mysterious effect, he hid all these monks in the back garden. There were 1,000 monks densely packed together, each one was wearing a big red kasaya, with a pillow hat on their head. They looked like 1,000 Tang Sanzeng, bright red and awe-inspiring. But they had been standing from morning till noon, and were so hungry that their chests pressed against their backs, and so tired that their heels were cramped. More importantly, Xue Huai originally planned to invite the emperor in the morning and hold a series of events. He planned to wait until the emperor was tired at noon and rest in the temple. At night, he would accompany the emperor to watch the lanterns. He did not prepare lunch for these monks, and the cooks of the White Horse Temple could not cook food for so many monks. Now that the emperor had not arrived, these 1,000 people could not leave, but they also could not let them starve. Hong Yi was so anxious that he walked around in circles. Fortunately, his master was rich. After some deliberation, his disciples took the initiative to ask the kitchen to prepare more food, and to go out and buy a lot of food. There were a lot of unused pots in the kitchen, but the stove was limited. So, the head cooks took the initiative to start cooking in the courtyard. The firewood was very moist in the winter, so when the fire was lit, thick smoke could be seen billowing from the White Horse Temple. The smoke rose into the night, becoming another miracle of Luoyang. As the thick smoke rose, it didn't take long before 3 groups of people rushed towards the White Horse Temple from 3 different directions amidst the shouts of people and neighs of horses. The first group consisted of Imperial Censor Zheng Chao, the second group consisted of Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong, who was under the jurisdiction of the capital governor, and the third group consisted of the Jinwu Guards Brigade Commander Lu Xiangyu. These 3 groups of people were responsible for the security of the capital. When they saw the thick smoke from the White Horse Temple, they knew that there was a big ceremony here today, and there were many people attending the ceremony. They thought that there was a fire and rushed over. As a result, when they rushed to the entrance of the alley, they could not squeeze in. The 3 officials made a prompt decision and ordered in unison, "Charge in!" The servant of the city patrol raised his whip and lashed. The officers and soldiers of the Jin Wu Wei raised their sheathed steel swords and slashed. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong did not hesitate either. With a command, the patrol officers under him waved their water and fire sticks and rushed in like they were performing a drama. Who would have thought that not only would there be chaos outside, but there would also be chaos inside? What were Xue Huai's subordinates? They were just a bunch of ruffians. How could you expect such a group of trash to do anything reliable? They ordered all sorts of dishes from restaurants, and snack stalls. They had all kinds of meat and fish. They were monks who drank wine and ate meat, but the 1,000 monks who were waiting to sing the Great Cloud Scripture were real monks. They were determined not to eat these things. After a series of protests, these ruffians became angry. A group of ruffian monks was quarreling with a proper monk. The waiters sent by the restaurants to deliver the food could not wait and urged them to ask for money. No one wanted to eat the food. How could the ruffian monks be willing to pay? So they quarreled with the waiters again. This quarrel could not be controlled. They quarreled from the backyard to the front yard. A large group of people who were watching the fun suddenly surrounded them. They felt that this was the most exciting show of the White Horse Temple's ceremony. The group of ruffian monks usually kept to their word. They had never lost so much face. They quarreled until they were ashamed and angry. They simply started to fight. This fight inevitably affected the innocent. The innocent was not to be trifled with. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and joined the fight. Anyway, in this chaos, no matter how powerful the White Horse Temple was, they would not be able to find him for revenge. Even in modern society, some garden activities often resulted in stampedes due to poor organization. Moreover, this White Horse Temple ceremony was not organized or guided. Even if the government sent bailiffs, because the White Horse Temple had always been domineering, they only maintained order in the periphery. They were not willing to wander around inside. When this fight started, the people outside desperately rushed in and squeezed to watch the fun. The people inside helped the old and the young to rush out. They dodged the incense sticks, prayer beads, tables and chairs, hanging Buddha statues, and all kinds of strange weapons. The chaotic scene of stampedes inevitably occurred. After a while, the huge Buddha statue that Xue Huai drew with his blood also collapsed with a loud bang. It was trampled into pieces. By the time Yang Fan and Chen Dong had eaten and drank to their heart's content, they were laughing and chatting as they rushed back. When they saw the White Horse Temple in a mess, they were stunned. Chen Dong still had his wife and child with him, so it was inconvenient for him to go in. Yang Fan told him and led 7 or 8 bodyguards to squeeze in. Even with his martial arts, when he squeezed into the White Horse Temple, his clothes were messy, his hat was crooked, his hair was disheveled, and he was sweating profusely. Yang Fan squeezed into the White Horse Temple and saw that it was even more chaotic here. There were fights everywhere. Yang Fan wandered around for a long time, but he could not find anyone he knew. Monk Yizhua, who was hiding behind a pillar and looking at the scenery, saw him and quickly called him over. Yang Fan asked him and understood the reason. It was useless for Yang Fan to understand the chaotic scene before his eyes. Even if he gathered all his fellow apprentices from Hong 1 to Hong 19, the scene before his eyes still wasn't something they could put a stop to. At this time, the Featherwood Guard's Grand General Wu Yi led the army over in a grandiose manner. Under the suppression of the mighty army, the chaos was finally put to a stop. Wu Yi came to clear the way. The emperor had already set off and would arrive soon. This time, Monk Hong Yi and his fellow apprentices were dumbfounded. They did not know how to deal with the situation in front of them. Seeing this, Yang Fan quickly came forward. First, he asked Hong Yi to pay, then he sent away the waiters of the restaurants and restaurant. Who was injured? Everything was settled with money. As long as he was willing to leave, he did not care about money. The same method was used for the civilians who were accidentally injured. In a hurry, it was impossible to distinguish who was right and who was wrong, so the White Horse Temple had to pay. The magic of money was endless. In the blink of an eye, the families of the victims were swept away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaf. Following that, he paid for many young and strong men from the commoners who had come to watch the show to help clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he asked the Yulin Guard, the Golden Guards, the patrolling imperial censors, and the people of Luoyang Prefecture to help maintain order and guide the crowd. As for the 1,000 monks, they chose those whose kasayas were still intact, those who still wore Vairocana hats, and those who did not have bruised noses and swollen faces. The others retreated first. In the end, only 240 monks were left. They hurriedly retreated to the backyard to prepare to chant scriptures. The reincarnated pure light Buddha, the immortal nun of Hanoi, also took advantage of the chaos and quietly slipped away with her female disciples. Yang Fan's command produced a miraculous effect. When the emperor's guard of honor appeared in the distance, the entire scene was no longer chaotic. However, the giant Buddha that Xue Huai had painstakingly drawn was gone. The emperor's favorite scene of joy with the people was gone. The scene was cold and deserted. Except for the soldiers, there were more soldiers. Wu Zetian did not want to see the great Dharma assembly at the White Horse Temple. As her position as the emperor stabilized, she was tired of those pretentious things, especially the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao's rebellion. It made her notice that she was not the only one who could use Buddhas to bewitch the people. She was the emperor. She could still do things without Buddhas to bewitch the people. It was just that sometimes it would be more troublesome. However, other people could use Buddhas to do many things that they could not do. This made her even more vigilant towards those who were not from the Buddhist world and were showing off their supernatural powers with the will of the fake gods and Buddha. She had only come today to brush Xue Huai off. She was afraid that this bastard would do something stupid again. Thus, despite Xue Huai's repeated urging, she was not in the mood. It was only in the afternoon that she could not drag it on any longer. Only then did she put on the guard of honor and came slowly. When she arrived at the White Horse Temple, she saw that there was no grand occasion at all. Her displeasure was written all over her face. Xue Huai was also puzzled. Although it was early when he left, it looked more lively than now. Where were the people? Where were the Buddha statues? And where were the disciples? After looking for a long time, he saw Master Sanshan standing respectfully in front of the temple with a group of monks from the White Horse Temple. None of his disciples. There was one. Monk Ijwa was there. Ijwa stood behind Master Sanshan. He had a kind face and a sage-like demeanor. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a Taoist. Xue Huai was very puzzled. However, he was accompanying the emperor, so it was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only bring the emperor into the temple with a belly full of questions. While Master Sanshan was leading the monks of the White Horse Temple to see the emperor, he hurriedly called Monk Ijwa to his side. Monk Ijwa hurriedly explained. Xue Huai's heart immediately turned cold. He did not care about being angry now. He only thought about how to please the empress in such a situation. Yang Fan tried his best, but he could only clean up the scene to this extent. He was now a minor official. He did not have the right to accompany the emperor, nor did he have the right to welcome the emperor. He could only blend in with the few remaining commoners. Looking at Xue Huai's ugly expression, Yang Fan shook his head secretly. He still remembered what Xue Huai had said to him that day in the golden hairpin drunkenness. Right now, he really wanted to rush up to Xue Huai and ask, "You can't let go of the riches and honor that you obtained by humiliation?" Chapter 687. Xue Huai's meticulously planned series of preparations were all ruined during lunch. For a moment, Xue Huai was at a loss as to what to do. His original plans were all ruined, and he didn't know how to react. The so-called Great Spell Conference turned into a boring inspection of the White Horse Temple by the Empress. The Empress lit incense in the main hall and prayed silently. Then, Xue Huai embarrassedly ordered the monks to chant the Great Cloud Scripture in the spacious courtyard. Some ingenious actions had to be taken at the right time in order to have a refreshing effect. Xue Huai originally planned to use surprise after surprise to arouse the Empress's interest. Then, he would use the powerful Ode of 1,000 Monks to reach the climax of today's Great Spell Conference. But now there was no foreshadowing or ambush. He directly used the Ode of 1,000 Monks, which was dull and dull. Moreover, the 1,000 monks no longer existed. Now there were only about 200 monks who could make a grand entrance. They came very early in the morning and didn't eat breakfast or lunch. The group fight made them angry. Therefore, the chanting lost some of its solemnity and holiness, leaving only a drowsy hum. Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She didn't show any joy or displeasure. She just indifferently looked at the monks who were chanting. Xue Huai tried to muster up the courage to say a few words, but he didn't dare to say them. At this moment, a sonorous and powerful sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside the White Horse Temple. The sound of the drums was loud and powerful. Every time the drum was hit, not only the leather covering the drum trembled, but also the hearts of the people. This kind of exciting drum sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the White Horse Temple. It was impossible to go to the White Horse Temple at this time and beat the drums and gongs. There were soldiers guarding outside, but not only did the sound of the drums and gongs sound, but it also came closer and closer. It was as if it was coming towards the inside of the White Horse Temple. No one was watching the monks chanting anymore. Everyone was looking outside. The monks who were chanting also stopped their weak chanting and turned their heads to look outside. Dong, 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 clang, the sound of gongs and drums was loud and powerful, filled with a festive atmosphere. The sound got closer and closer, but before the people could see the people who were beating the gongs and drums, they saw a young man with a red headband, dressed in colorful clothes, and holding a red embroidered ball in his hand appear at the door. He began to dance, his movements vigorous and powerful. The man waved the red embroidered ball, and a red-maned lion with golden eyes, silver teeth and red mane leaped in from the door. The sound of gongs and drums turned into the familiar peace music. The lion man led the lion, which was more than 10 feet tall, to leap, tumble, jump, stand on its hind legs, and bow, looking extremely heroic. Following that, a second lion, a third lion. One lion after another entered the courtyard under the guidance of the lion men, squeezing the monks to the side and emptying the entire courtyard. Wu Zetian stared fixedly at the first lion man. After a long time, her face slowly revealed an expression of astonishment and extreme joy. That was Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Yizhi had a red headband on his head, dressed in colorful clothes, and held a red embroidered ball in his hand. He looked valiant and indescribably cute. Today, these two brothers also attended the palace banquet. However, although everyone in the court knew that they were the Empress Gigolos, in such a grand occasion, they could not attend the banquet as palace people. Just as they said, they had no status. However, they were still officials. They originally had idle official positions that were inherited from their fathers. After receiving Wu Zetian's favor, they continued to be promoted and were already qualified to attend the palace banquet. However, they entered the palace as officials and officially attended the palace banquet. They could not stay by the Empress' side, and the Empress could not always look after these two little lovers. When Wu Zetian was about to come to the White Horse Temple, these two people disappeared. Wu Zetian thought that they felt uncomfortable coming to the White Horse Temple, and did not come with her. Only now did she understand that they wanted to give her a surprise. Although Wu Zetian was pleasantly surprised, Xue Huai was so angry that his face turned pale. His skin was originally white, and at this time it was even more pale, without any color of blood. According to Xue Huai's usual temperament at this time, he would have already clenched his big iron fist and rushed down to hit people. However, times were different. He did not dare, especially when the one who was performing the lion dance was Zhang Yizhi. Especially when the Empress's face showed a happy expression. The Shangyuan festival was a celebration. If he wanted to make the Empress happy, others could naturally make the Empress happy. What reason did he have to hit people? The fifth wolf is here, then where is the sixth wolf? Wu Zetian subconsciously took 2 steps forward and looked at the male lion dancers. She looked down one by one until her eyes were filled with tears, but she still could not find Zhang Changzong. At this time, Zhang Yizhi was leading a lion closer and closer. The female guards on both sides of Wu Zetian immediately took a step forward, but before they could stop them, they were reprimanded by Wu Zetian. The lion came to the step in front of Wu Zetian and began to dance on the spot, scratching, shaking, and licking. It was vivid and charmingly naive, making Wu Zetian laugh loudly. Suddenly, the lion's head was lifted, and a young man wearing a lion's sweater and a pair of lion's claw boots stood in a horse stance. Another handsome young man wearing a red warrior's suit supported the lion's head and stepped on the young man's leg. The young man winked at Wu Zetian and said loudly to Wu Zetian, "The Shangyuan festival is a celebration. Changzong wishes His Majesty good health and boundless longevity." Zhang Changzong's handsome face was flushed, and his forehead was full of sweat. Seeing this, Wu Zetian felt distressed and happy. If it was not really inappropriate, she would have taken a handkerchief and come forward to wipe his sweat. Wu Zetian hurriedly said, "Good, good, good. Fifth wolf, sixth wolf, you are really considerate." Wu Zetian was so happy that she forgot that there were many noble relatives and courtiers following her. She directly called out to them intimately. Zhang Yizhi raised the embroidered ball and said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, we have also arranged for the Dance of the 100 Lions and the Dance of the Fish and Dragon on Ding Ding Long Street. Your Majesty, the royal relatives, civil and military officials, please enjoy it together." "Good, good, good." Wu Zetian beamed with joy and said to the accompanying officials, "Set off, all officials, follow me to Ding 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 Long Street to watch the Dance of the 100 Lions and the Dance of the Fish and Dragon." Xue Huai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils, but he did not dare to flare up. He could only say awkwardly, "Your Majesty, should you first listen to the 1,000 monks?" "Ah no. The 100 Buddha song, rest in the meditation room for a while before going. This humble monk is worried that your Majesty's dragon body. Wu Zetian's face darkened and she said lightly, I am in good health and do not need to rest. Set off. Your Majesty, set off. Amidst the sound of gongs and drums, the 9 male lions were led by Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's lion heads, followed by the emperor and the civil and military officials. Just like that, they left Xue Huai behind and walked out. Xue Huai stood there with his back straight, watching the crowd leave in disorder. No one turned back to look at him, not even with a mocking gaze or a mocking expression. The light in Xue Huai's eyes gradually dimmed, and he stood there like a stone statue. In the distant corridor, the few remaining people in the temple had gone to watch the dance of the 100 lions and the dance of the fish and dragon. Only Yang Fan was left standing there. Xue Huai and the other disciples looked at each other. After a long time, Hongyi came forward with trepidation and timidly said, Master, Xue Huai turned around and picked up a scripture scroll from the incense table, about to throw it at Hongyi's head. Hongyi was so frightened that he did not dare to dodge, only shutting his eyes firmly. A while later, before the scripture could hit his head, Hongyi quietly opened his eyes and could not help but jump in fright. He saw that Xue Huai's large eyes were filled with tears, which were swirling in them. Hongyi had never seen Xue Huai cry before, so he dropped to his knees in fright and said with a trembling voice, Master. Xue Huai slowly lowered his head and looked at the scripture scroll in his hand. This was the great cloud scripture that he had asked the Sanshan master and the other eminent monks to transcribe with ox blood. Of course, to outsiders, he still claimed that he had transcribed it with his own blood. He had originally planned on offering it to the Empress after the ode to 1,000 monks, but unfortunately Xue Huai's tears fell onto the scripture, dyeing it red. The disciples gathered around him and called out to him timidly, Master. Xue Huai suddenly laughed aloud. As he laughed, he tore the scripture apart with all his might, tearing it into pieces and tossing them into the air. The scripture danced in the air like blood-red butterflies. Xue Huai slowly made his way to the backyard. His shoulders slumped down powerlessly, and his tall figure was filled with loneliness and desolation. Hongyi crawled to his feet and stared at Xue Huai's back blankly. Hong Lu whispered, First senior brother, should we go and comfort Master? Hongyi glanced at his senior brothers, and they all took a step back subconsciously. Xue Huai would hit people when he flew into a rage, but his behavior right now had never been seen before. It was probably not as simple as just hitting people. Who dared to persuade him at a time like this, and what could they do? A large hand patted Hong Lu's shoulder. Hong Lu turned his head and saw that Yang Fan had already arrived before him at some point in time. He patted Hong Lu's shoulder and said to the others, Go to the corner and send away those monks. I'll go persuade Master Xue. The disciples were overjoyed. They all knew that their master treated this 17th junior brother differently, so they nodded and agreed in a hurry. Xue Huai walked into the backyard in a daze and stood in the middle of the forest of steels and pagodas. His eyes were blank. Yang Fan slowly walked to his back and stood 10 feet away from him. He accompanied him in silence for a while before asking slowly, Why is Master Xue sad? Xue Huai trembled and said, I accompanied her for more than 10 years, more than 10 years. Yang Fan said coldly, So what? Has Master Xue ever truly liked her for a day? Xue Huai suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Fan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Yang Fan was not afraid at all. Instead, his words became even colder. I still remember that Master Xue once told me the truth after he was drunk. You hated her, hated that old woman very much. When you shared a bed with her, you pretended to be fascinated and excited to please her, but at the same time, you endured the disgust and disdain. If she no longer dotes on you, wouldn't that be a relief? Xue Huai roared, I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I accompanied her for more than 10 years. Yang Fan smiled and his tone became even sharper. So what? Didn't you get anything? What kind of person was Master Shui back then? She was just a street drug dealer. If the princess hadn't introduced you to her, what would you be now? What's more, he's just a medicine seller. Shui Huai seemed to have been punched by an invisible fist in the air. He staggered 2 steps back and his face became even paler. Yang Fan said, "For more than 10 years, you accompanied her and obtained endless wealth, power, and status. Nobles led the horse and fell the stirrup for you, and the Prime Minister let you beat, scold, and humiliate him. Did you suffer any loss? Since you only used your beauty to entertain people and never had a day of true love with her, then why are you sad when you are replaced by someone else?" "I understand what you mean." Shui Huai was originally trembling with anger, but he suddenly calmed down and silently turned around. He said, "I know you want to wake me up, I know." He slowly raised his head and looked at the moss-covered pagoda. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Let me calm down, let me think about it." Yang Fan nodded, turned around and walked out. When he reached the edge of the pagoda forest, he stopped and said to Shui Huai with a straight face, "Isn't falling out of favor a kind of release for Master Shui? As long as you are willing, from this moment on, you can live the life you truly yearn for.